The fog rolls across San Francisco Bay like a warning no one heeds. In the distance, somewhere between the flower children's laughter and the distant hum of Highway 101, a typewriter clicks in an unknown room. The keys spell out words that will freeze a generation in fear. I like killing people because it is so much fun. But before the letters, before the ciphers, before the crosshairs became California's most terrifying symbol, there was paradise. And paradise, as any student of human nature knows, is where the serpent always chooses to strike first. Listen, the year is 1967, and California is drunk on its own possibilities. The Beach Boys' harmonies drift from car radios as convertibles cruise the Pacific Coast Highway, their occupants convinced they are living in the future. In San Francisco, the Human Be-In draws 30,000 souls to Golden Gate Park, where they gather to tune in, turn on, and drop out in a celebration of consciousness that feels like the dawning of a new age. The summer that follows the summer of love sees 100,000 pilgrims descend upon the Haight-Ashbury district, seeking enlightenment in a haze of incense, marijuana, and utopian dreams. This is California, as America imagines it. Endless blue skies, golden beaches, and a culture that promises liberation from the grey conformity of the 1,950 seconds. Here, the old rules don't apply. Authority is questioned, tradition is discarded, and young people believe they can remake the world through the sheer force of their optimism. The suburbs sprawl like concrete prayers across the landscape, each ranch house a testament to post-war prosperity and the American dream made manifest. Families move west in station wagons loaded with hope, seeking their slice of paradise in developments with names like Paradise Hills and Golden Valley. But paradise, as the theologians know, is where evil first learned to wear the mask of innocence. The very qualities that make California irresistible, its openness, its mobility, its cult of youth and beauty also make it vulnerable. The same highways that carry dreamers westward also provide escape routes for predators. The same culture of personal freedom that liberates the creative spirit also creates spaces where the dangerous can hide among the eccentric. The same rejection of traditional authority that empowers the counterculture also weakens the social bonds that once protected communities from their own monsters. In the Bay Area, this transformation is particularly acute. San Francisco, once a city of clearly defined neighborhoods where everyone knew their neighbors, is becoming something new and unstable. The old Italian families of North Beach find themselves surrounded by hippie communes. The conservative suburbs of Marin County watch nervously as long-haired strangers hitchhike along their pristine streets. Across the Bay, the industrial cities of Vallejo and Napa exist in an uneasy relationship with the surrounding affluence, their blue-collar populations increasingly alienated from the cultural revolution happening just miles away. The landscape itself seems designed for secrets. Unlike the dense urban environments of the East Coast, where neighbors live wall-to-wall and privacy is a luxury, California's geography offers endless spaces for solitude. Lovers' lanes wind through hills overlooking the bay. State parks provide vast wilderness areas where hikers can disappear for hours without seeing another soul. Even in the suburbs, the sprawling developments create a paradox of crowded isolation. Thousands of people living in proximity, but knowing almost nothing about the strangers sleeping in the houses next door. The car culture that defines California life adds another layer of anonymity. In New York or Boston, people walk past each other on sidewalks, making brief eye contact, registering faces in peripheral vision. But in California, human interaction is mediated by windshields and metal. Drivers become anonymous behind their steering wheels, able to observe without being observed, to follow without being followed, to approach and retreat with mechanical precision. The automobile, which promised freedom and mobility, also becomes the perfect tool for predation. The youth culture of the late 1960 seconds, with its emphasis on trust and openness, creates additional vulnerabilities. Young people hitchhike without fear, accepting rides from strangers with the casual confidence of those who believe the world shares their peaceful intentions. They gather in large groups at concerts and festivals, creating crowds where individuals can disappear without notice. The drug culture, while predominantly peaceful, also creates altered states of consciousness that make potential victims easier to manipulate and overpower. The media landscape of the era, while more sophisticated than previous decades, is still largely local and fragmented. There is no CNN, No internet, no instant communication between law enforcement agencies in different jurisdictions. A killer who operates across county lines can exploit these gaps in communication, becoming invisible in the spaces between bureaucratic boundaries. The same media that celebrates California's cultural revolution will soon become an unwitting accomplice in a very different kind of revolution, one that transforms murder into performance art and turns fear into entertainment. The economic prosperity of post-war America creates another kind of vulnerability. Unlike the Depression-era communities, where scarcity forced neighbors to depend on each other, the affluent suburbs of California promote a kind of therapeutic individualism. People can afford to mind their own business, to retreat into private spaces, to ignore the warning signs that closer-knit communities might recognize and respond to. The very success of American capitalism creates the conditions for social atomization that predators can exploit. The sexual revolution, while liberating women from many traditional constraints, also creates new risks. Young women who might once have been chaperoned or protected by extended families now navigate social situations with unprecedented independence. The birth control pill, widely available by the mid-1960 seconds, removes one of the traditional barriers to casual sexual encounters. While this represents genuine progress in women's freedom and autonomy, it also creates situations where women are alone with men they don't know well, often in isolated locations perfect for violence. The counterculture's rejection of conventional authority creates additional blind spots. Police are viewed with suspicion by many young people, who see them as agents of an oppressive establishment rather than protectors of public safety. This mistrust means that crimes against hippies, runaways, and other marginalized populations are often underreported and underinvestigated. A predator who chooses victims from these communities can operate with relative impunity, knowing that his crimes are likely to be dismissed or ignored by authorities who share society's prejudices against the counterculture. Even the Bay Area's famous fog, that romantic natural phenomenon that photographers love and tourists find charming, becomes an accomplice to violence. The fog provides cover for predators, reducing visibility and muffling sounds. It transforms familiar landscapes into alien environments where victims can become disoriented and help can arrive too late. What poets celebrate as mysterious and beautiful, killers understand as tactical advantage. The university campuses that dot the Bay Area, UC, Berkeley, San Francisco State, Stanford, create their own unique vulnerabilities. These institutions attract young people from across the country, many living away from home for the first time. The campus culture promotes intellectual exploration and social experimentation, but it also creates communities of strangers where someone can disappear without immediate notice. The academic calendar creates predictable patterns of movement, students going home for holidays, arriving for new semesters that predators can exploit. As 1968 dawns, all these factors converge to create the perfect hunting ground for a new kind of killer. The old safeguards of community, family, and tradition have been weakened but not yet replaced by new forms of protection. The technology exists to create mass media celebrities but not yet to catch sophisticated criminals. The social conditions exist for unprecedented personal freedom, but also for unprecedented personal vulnerability. The victims-to-be are already moving through this landscape. Teenagers parking on dark roads, trusting in the safety their prosperity has always provided. College students hiking in state parks, confident in their ability to handle whatever nature might present. Young adults exploring the boundaries of sexual freedom, believing that the summer of love has transformed human nature itself. They move through their days unaware that somewhere in the same paradise, someone is watching, learning their patterns, studying their vulnerabilities, preparing to demonstrate that all the love and peace in the world cannot protect the innocent from the appetite of pure evil. The stage is set with meticulous care by forces larger than any individual villain. Economic prosperity, cultural revolution, technological advancement, and geographic isolation combine to create conditions that no previous generation has faced. California in the late 1960 seconds is humanity's great experiment in personal freedom, and like all experiments, it contains the potential for both breakthrough and catastrophe. The killer, when he finally emerges, will not be an accident or an aberration. He will be the logical product of these conditions, the shadow cast by paradise itself. He will understand, perhaps better than anyone, that in a society built on mobility, anonymity, and individual freedom, terror can travel faster than news, fear can spread wider than love, and a single predator can hold millions hostage to his twisted imagination. The fog rolls in from the Pacific, just as it has for millennia, just as it will continue to do long after the names and faces change. But on this night in 1968, it carries something new, the scent of approaching horror, the promise of letters yet to be written, ciphers yet to be encoded, and crosshairs yet to be drawn on the map of human suffering. California dreams. And somewhere in those dreams, a nightmare is stirring to life. The gravel crunches beneath teenage feet on a cold December night. Lake Herman Road stretches into darkness, a ribbon of asphalt where young lovers have parked for generations, seeking privacy in the vast emptiness of Solano County. David Arthur Faraday, 17, adjusts his glasses and glances at Betty Lou Jensen, 16, her blonde hair catching the dashboard light. They are children of the suburbs, products of post-war prosperity, believers in the safety of their ordered world. They do not know they are about to become the first verse in a poem written in blood. The 20th of December 1968. The Beatles' Hey Jude dominates the radio waves, and America watches as Apollo 8 prepares to orbit the moon for the first time. The future seems limitless. Technology promises solutions to humanity's oldest problems, and even the war in Vietnam feels distant from the comfortable suburbs of Vallejo, California. For teenagers like David and Betty Lou, the world is opening up like a flower college awaits, careers beckon, and love feels as eternal as the California stars visible through their windshield. David Arthur Faraday embodies the hopes of his generation. At 17, he is already marked for success. Student body president at Vallejo High School, member of the wrestling team, honor student with plans to attend college. His thick-rimmed glasses give him a serious, scholarly appearance that belies his teenage years, and his classmates know him as someone destined for achievement. He works part-time at a local gas station, saving money for his future while learning the value of honest work that his parents' generation prizes above all else. In his wallet, he carries a driver's license that represents freedom and a class ring that represents belonging. Betty Lou Jensen, at 16, represents the fresh-faced optimism of American girlhood in the late 1960 seconds. Pretty without being intimidating, popular without being mean, she is the kind of girl who makes parents proud and boys nervous. She works as a counter girl at a local ice cream parlor, earning spending money while maintaining the grades that will take her to college. Her blonde hair is styled in the fashion of the day, and her smile appears in multiple photographs in the Vallejo High School Yearbook Drama Club, Pep Squad, Honor Society. She is, in the cruel arithmetic of victim selection, perfect, young, trusting, and utterly unprepared for the existence of genuine evil. Their relationship is sweetly conventional, the kind of teenage romance that parents encourage and communities celebrate. They have been dating for several months, attending school dances and football games, sharing milkshakes at the local drive-in, navigating the careful negotiations of young love within the boundaries of 1960 seconds social expectations. Their Friday night dates follow predictable patterns: dinner, a movie, perhaps parking somewhere quiet to talk and steal a few kisses before David delivers Betty Lou safely home by her curfew. Lake Herman Road provides the perfect setting for these innocent intimacies. Located between Vallejo and Benicia, the road runs along the southern shore of Lake Herman, a man-made reservoir created in the 1930 seconds as part of the region's water system. During the day, it serves as a scenic route for commuters and a destination for fishermen, but at night, its isolation makes it a traditional lover's lane where generations of young couples have parked to watch the stars and explore the mysteries of romance. The road itself tells the story of California's transformation from rural to suburban. Originally a dirt track used by ranchers and farmers, it was paved in the 1940 seconds as the Bay Area began its explosive post-war growth. Now, it serves as a boundary between the old California of agriculture and the new California of subdivisions, winding through countryside that developers eye hungrily, while teenagers use for purposes their parents remember from their own youth. On this particular December night, David and Betty Lou arrive at Lake Herman Road around 10 p.m., parking David's brown Rambler station wagon in a turnout near the Benicia pumping station. The location offers panoramic views of Suisun Bay and provides the privacy that young couples seek. They are not alone, other cars are scattered along the road, their occupants similarly engaged in the timeless rituals of teenage romance. The presence of other couples provides a sense of safety that proves tragically illusory. The December air carries a chill that makes sitting close together both romantic and practical. The radio plays softly, providing a soundtrack of popular music that defines their generation's sense of possibility. They talk about school, about their plans for Christmas vacation, about the future that stretches before them like an unlimited horizon. David has been accepted to several colleges. Betty Lou is considering her options for the following year. They speak with the casual confidence of young people who have never encountered genuine danger, who believe that the worst things that happen are bad grades and parental disapproval. At approximately 11 p.m., their peaceful evening is shattered by the approach of another vehicle. Witnesses later report seeing a white Chevrolet Impala or similar sedan pull up behind David's Rambler. The driver appears to be a lone male, though the darkness makes detailed identification impossible. What happens next unfolds with the mechanical precision of someone who has planned this moment carefully. The killer's approach is methodical, rather than frenzied. He does not act in the heat of passion or under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Instead, he demonstrates the cold calculation of a predator who has selected his victims and his method with surgical precision. The choice of location shows intimate knowledge of local geography. Lake Herman Road provides isolation while remaining accessible to major highways. The timing suggests someone familiar with teenage dating patterns, someone who knows when and where young couples are most vulnerable. David, perhaps sensing danger or simply being protective, attempts to drive away as the unknown car approaches. The Rambler lurches forward, its tires spinning on the gravel turnout, as David tries to escape. But the killer is prepared for this possibility. The first shot shatters the rear window of the station wagon, sending safety glass cascading over the young couple. The vehicle lurches to a stop, its engine still running, its headlights cutting through the December darkness like dying stars. What follows is execution disguised as murder. David manages to exit the driver's side of the vehicle, perhaps hoping to reason with their attacker or simply to draw danger away from Betty Lou. The killer shoots him once in the back of the head at close range, a .22 caliber bullet that ends his 17 years of life instantly. There is no conversation, no demand for money or valuables, no sexual assault, just the cold efficiency of a predator who kills for reasons that exist only in the darkest corners of human psychology. Betty Lou, trapped in the passenger seat and witnessing the murder of her boyfriend, makes the decision that terror dictates. She runs. Bursting from the vehicle, she flees across the gravel turnout toward the fence line that borders the pumping station. Indifferent 14, very 14. Circumstances, her youth and adrenaline might have saved her, but the killer is prepared for this scenario as well. He pursues her methodically, firing 5 shots from his .22 caliber weapon. The bullets strike her in the back as she runs, dropping her face first onto the cold ground just 28 feet from the station wagon. The crime scene that investigators discover tells a story of calculated violence. David's body lies near the left rear wheel of his Rambler, a single bullet wound in his head suggesting immediate death. Betty Lou's body is found further away, her flight path marked by the 5 bullets that ended her life. The killer has taken nothing. David's wallet remains untouched, Betty Lou's purse undisturbed. This is not robbery, not sexual assault, not a crime of passion. It is something far more disturbing, murder committed for its own sake. The physical evidence paints a portrait of a killer who plans carefully and executes coldly. The .22 caliber weapon is an interesting choice, smaller than the 38 seconds and 45 seconds favoured by most criminals, but capable of precise, quiet killing. The ammunition used is standard sporting goods store variety, untraceable and widely available. The killer leaves no fingerprints, no shell casings, no personal items. He fires his shots and vanishes into the California night as completely as if he had never existed. The discovery of the bodies comes shortly after midnight, when another young couple arrives at the Lover's Lane and finds David's Rambler with its engine still running and its headlights still burning. The witnesses later describe a scene from a nightmare: the shattered rear window, the blood on the gravel, the 2 young bodies that just hours before had been planning their Christmas vacation. Their screams pierce the December silence, joining the inventory of sounds that Lake Herman Road will never forget. The initial police response reflects the assumptions of a more innocent time. Solano County sheriffs, deputies arrive expecting to find a robbery gone wrong or a domestic dispute that escalated to violence. Instead, they encounter something that challenges their understanding of criminal motivation. The lack of robbery, sexual assault, or any apparent motive leaves investigators grasping for explanations that make sense within their experience of human behavior. The autopsies, conducted the following day, confirm what the crime scene suggested. David and Betty Lou died from .22 caliber gunshot wounds fired from close range. David's single head wound was instantly fatal. Betty Lou's 5 back wounds suggest she lived long enough to experience terror, but not long enough to hope for rescue. The medical examiner notes the precision of the shooting. These are not the wild shots of a panicked amateur, but the controlled fire of someone comfortable with violence. The investigation that follows sets patterns that will haunt the case for decades to come. Despite extensive interviews with other couples who were at Lake Herman Road that night, police find no witnesses to the actual shooting. The killer chose his moment perfectly, striking when his victims were isolated and his escape routes clear. Ballistics analysis of the recovered bullets provides technical data, but no leads to the weapon or its owner. The .22 caliber handgun used in the murders could be one of thousands sold in California gun stores. The community response reveals the fault lines that will define the Zodiac case. David and Betty Lou are mourned as the innocent victims. They were honor students, whose only crime was seeking privacy for their young romance. But their deaths also triggered darker responses, whispered suggestions that teenagers shouldn't park in isolated areas, that somehow the victims bear responsibility for creating the opportunity that their killer exploited. The blame the victim mentality that will plague the entire Zodiac investigation begins here, with the implication that safety can be guaranteed by avoiding risk rather than by catching predators. The media coverage, while extensive by local standards, treats the murders as an isolated tragedy rather than the opening movement of a symphony of terror. The Vallejo Times-Herald runs front-page stories about the investigation, but the tone is one of bewilderment rather than alarm. No one yet suspects that David Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen are not the end of something, but the beginning. In the weeks that follow, the Lake Herman Road murders settle into the category of unsolved crimes that plague every police department. Detectives pursue leads that go nowhere, interview suspects who provide alibis, and gradually shift their attention to newer cases with better prospects for solution. The .22 caliber bullets are filed in evidence lockers, the crime scene photographs are placed in manila folders, and the investigation enters the limbo of cold cases. But Lake Herman Road remembers. The gravel turnout where 2 teenagers died becomes a place of pilgrimage for the morbidly curious, and a landmark of terror for those who understand its significance. Other young couples stop parking there, sensing something wrong with the geography, even if they cannot articulate the danger. The road itself seems changed, as if violence has altered its molecular structure and left it permanently scarred. David Arthur Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen are buried in Vallejo cemeteries, their graves marked by headstones that record their brief lives and sudden deaths. Their classmates graduate without them, attend colleges they will never see, marry partners they will never meet, have children whose names they will never know. The future that seemed so limitless on that December night is reduced to memory and might have been. 7 months later, when another young couple dies in another Vallejo parking lot, investigators will remember Lake Herman Road. When letters begin arriving at newspaper offices, when ciphers challenge, cryptographers, when a killer christens himself with a name that will echo through history, the connection will be drawn back to this cold December night. David and Betty Lou will be remembered not just as murder victims, but as the first entries in a ledger of terror that someone keeps in the darkness of his mind. The gravel still crunches underfoot at Lake Herman Road. The stars still shine over Solano County. But innocence, once lost, can never be recovered. And somewhere in the California night, a killer has learned that murder can be perfect, that victims can be chosen at random, and that terror can be authored with nothing more than bullets and silence. The first signature has been written in blood. The poem has begun. The fireworks explode over Vallejo as America celebrates another birthday, unaware that in a parking lot 4 miles away, someone is preparing his own twisted tribute to freedom. Darlene Elizabeth Ferrin, 22, a waitress with a laugh that fills rooms, sits beside Michael Renaud Majot, 19, in her brown Corvair. They have come to Blue Rock Springs Park to watch the distant fireworks, but the only explosions they will witness are the muzzle flashes that shatter their windshield and their world. This time, the killer will not simply murder and vanish. This time, he will speak, and the 4th of July 1969. 7 months have passed since the Lake Herman Road murders. 7 months, during which Solano County has tried to convince itself that David Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen died in an isolated act of violence that lightning could not strike twice. The investigation has grown cold, filed away in the bureaucratic limbo of unsolved cases. Life has returned to its normal rhythms. Teenagers still park on dark roads, couples still seek privacy in secluded spots, and parents still believe that tragedy is something that happens to other people's children. But in those 7 months of apparent calm, something has been stirring in the darkness. The killer has not disappeared or moved on to other hunting grounds. Instead, he has been learning, planning, refining his methods with the patience of a craftsman perfecting his art. The Lake Herman Road murders were his rough draft. Blue Rock Springs will be his declaration of intent. Darlene Elizabeth Ferrin represents a different kind of California dream than Betty Lou Jensen. Where Betty Lou embodied the wholesome suburban ideal of the good girl next door, Darlene carries herself with the confidence of a young woman who has seen more of the world and found it manageable. At 22, she has already been married and divorced, has worked various jobs to support herself and her young daughter, and navigates the social landscape of the late 1960 seconds with the sophistication of someone who has learned early that life rarely follows the scripts written by parents and guidance counselors. Born Darlene Elizabeth Suennen, she grew up in the working-class neighborhoods of Vallejo, where dreams are measured in steady paychecks rather than college degrees. Her childhood was marked by the instability that economic uncertainty brings to families, moves between rental houses, parents working multiple jobs, the constant awareness that security is temporary and must be earned daily. Unlike the college-bound teenagers of Vallejo's more affluent neighborhoods, Darlene entered adulthood expecting to work for everything she wanted. Her first marriage, to James Phillips, began when she was barely 18 and ended before her 20th birthday. The relationship produced a daughter, Dana, whom Darlene loves fiercely and supports through her work as a waitress at Terry's restaurant in Vallejo. The job suits her personality. She enjoys the interaction with customers, the fast pace of the work, and the tips that supplement her modest hourly wage. Co-workers remember her as someone who could brighten a room with her smile and diffuse tension with her humor. In 1969, Darlene is navigating the complex social territory of a young divorcee in an era when such status still carries stigma. She dates casually, works steadily, and focuses on creating stability for her daughter. Her second marriage, to Dean Ferrin, is still new and represents her hope for the kind of conventional family life that her first attempt never achieved. Dean works as a cook at the same restaurant where Darlene waits tables, and their relationship grows from workplace friendship into romance. Michael Renaud Majot enters this story as many young men do in small California cities, through the intersecting circles of work, friends, and casual socializing that define life in places where everyone knows everyone else. At 19, he works at a Vallejo country club, lives with his parents, and spends his free time in the aimless way of teenagers who have graduated high school but not yet committed to adult responsibilities. His relationship with Darlene is casual, the kind of friendship that occasionally includes romantic overtones but never threatens to become serious. On the night of the 4th of July 1969, their decision to spend time together is as spontaneous as most teenage plans. Darlene has finished her shift at Terry's restaurant. Mike has no particular obligations or expectations. The holiday provides an excuse for adventure, and Darlene suggests they drive to Blue Rock Springs Park to watch the fireworks exploding over the Vallejo Marina. It is the kind of innocent plan that millions of young Americans make on summer evenings, the pursuit of simple pleasure that defines youth in a prosperous society. Blue Rock Springs Park occupies a different place in Vallejo's geography of romance than Lake Herman Road. Where the rural road offers isolation and privacy, the park provides a more public setting for couples and families. Located near the Vallejo Marina, it features picnic areas, walking paths, and open spaces where community events are held throughout the summer. On the 4th of July, it serves as an unofficial viewing area for the fireworks display, attracting families with children as well as young couples seeking a romantic backdrop for their holiday celebration. Darlene's brown Corvair arrives at the park around 11:45 p.m. after the official fireworks have ended, but while the summer evening still holds the magic of celebration, she parks in the lot near the golf course, positioning the car to provide a view of the bay while maintaining enough distance from other vehicles to allow for private conversation. The location is more exposed than typical lovers' lanes, but the presence of other cars and the proximity to residential areas creates an illusion of safety that proves fatally false. The conversation between Darlene and Mike remains forever unknown, lost in the silence that death creates around its victims. They might have discussed the fireworks, their work, their plans for the weekend. They might have talked about Darlene's daughter, Mike's job, or the music playing on the car radio. What is certain is that their evening together represents nothing more threatening than two young people enjoying each other's company on a summer night in America. At approximately 12:10 a.m. on the 5th of July 1969, their peaceful evening is shattered by the approach of another vehicle. Unlike Lake Herman Road, where the killer struck without warning, Blue Rock Springs provides witnesses to the preliminary choreography of violence. Several people in nearby cars notice a white sedan, possibly a Chevrolet Impala, pull into the parking lot and position itself near Darlene's Corvair. The driver appears to observe the young couple for several minutes before driving away, only to return shortly thereafter and park directly behind their vehicle. This stalking behavior represents an evolution in the killer's methodology. Where the Lake Herman Road murders appeared spontaneous, a predator striking targets of opportunity, Blue Rock Springs reveals planning and deliberation. The killer scouts his victims, retreats to assess the situation, and returns when conditions are optimal for attack. This pattern suggests someone who has learned from his previous experience and refined his approach to minimize risk while maximizing control. The attack, when it comes, unfolds with the same mechanical precision that characterized Lake Herman Road. The killer exits his vehicle and approaches the Corvair on foot, carrying what witnesses later describe as a flashlight or lantern. The light serves multiple purposes. It blinds the victims, illuminates the interior of their car for accurate shooting, and creates the impression of authority that might prevent panic or attempts to escape. Darlene and Mike, confronted by this figure approaching with a light, likely assume they are being questioned by a security guard or police officer. Blue Rock Springs Park officially closes at sunset, and encounters with authority figures checking on after-hours visitors are not uncommon. Their compliance with the approaching stranger reflects the law-abiding instincts of young people who have done nothing wrong and expect reasonable treatment from those in authority. The killer's weapon is again a .22 caliber handgun, the same type used at Lake Herman Road but possibly a different specific firearm. The choice of caliber reflects tactical considerations. .2, two bullets are relatively quiet, easily concealed, and readily available. The ammunition is also less likely to overpenetrate, reducing the risk of stray shots that might alert distant witnesses or create forensic complications. The shooting begins without warning or demand. The killer fires through the passenger side window, where Mike sits, striking him in the face and neck. The bullets shatter glass and tissue with equal efficiency, creating a scene of immediate chaos and terror. Mike, wounded but conscious, slumps forward as Darlene attempts to start the car and escape. The killer moves to the driver's side and continues firing, striking Darlene multiple times as she struggles with the ignition. Unlike Lake Herman Road, where both victims died quickly, Blue Rock Springs creates a survivor. Mike Mageau, despite his wounds, remains conscious throughout the attack and lives to provide the first eyewitness account of the Zodiac Killer's appearance and methods. His survival is partly luck. The .22 caliber bullets, while deadly, lack the stopping power of larger ammunition, and partly the result of the killer's focus on Darlene as the primary target. Darlene Elizabeth Ferrin dies in the front seat of her Corvair, her body punctured by multiple bullet wounds that end her 22 years of life with brutal efficiency. The killer, having completed his work, returns to his vehicle and drives away into the pre-dawn darkness of the 5th of July. The entire attack lasts less than 5 minutes, but its effects will reverberate through decades of investigation and terror. The discovery of the shooting comes from Mike Mageau himself, who despite his wounds manages to honk the Corvair's horn to attract attention. The sound carries across the parking lot to other vehicles, whose occupants initially dismiss it as teenage revelry before realizing something is wrong. The first witnesses to approach the car find a scene that sears itself into their memories. shattered glass, blood on the seats, and two young people whose holiday celebration has become a crime scene. The police response is swift, but reveals the limitations of 1,960 seconds law enforcement communication. Vallejo Police Department officers arrive within minutes of the first call, but the significance of the shooting only becomes apparent when investigators begin comparing details with the unsolved Lake Herman Road case. The same type of weapon, the same execution-style methodology, the same lack of apparent motive, the pattern that will define the Zodiac investigation begins to emerge. Mike Mageau's survival provides the investigation with its first breakthrough and its first frustration. Conscious but severely wounded, he can describe the attack in general terms but cannot provide the specific details that might identify the killer. His description of the shooter, a stocky white male of medium height, could fit thousands of Bay Area residents. The killer's face remains hidden in shadow and trauma, another ghost in a case that will be haunted by incomplete information. The innovation that transforms Blue Rock Springs from another unsolved murder into the birth of a legend comes not from the crime scene, but from a payphone booth at the Napa Car Wash, 5 miles from the park. At 12:40 a.m., approximately 30 minutes after the shooting, an unknown caller places a collect call to the Vallejo Police Department. The voice that emerges from the telephone receiver is calm, deliberate, and chillingly matter-of-fact. "I want to report a murder." "No, a double murder," the voice says, using language that suggests familiarity with police procedures. They are 2 miles north of park headquarters. They were in a brown car. The boy is still alive, but the girl is dead. The caller's knowledge of specific details, the location, the color of the vehicle, the condition of the victims immediately identifies him as either a witness or the perpetrator. But it is his next statement that transforms a local crime into the beginning of a national nightmare. "I also killed those kids last year." With these 7 words, the caller links Blue Rock Springs to Lake Herman Road, creating the first confirmed serial killer in the San Francisco Bay Area's modern history. The admission is delivered without emotion or elaboration, as if reporting the weather or reading a grocery list. The caller hangs up before police can trace the call or ask questions, leaving investigators with their first direct communication from someone claiming responsibility for multiple murders. The investigation that follows Blue Rock Springs is both more intensive and more sophisticated than the Lake Herman Road case. The survival of Mike Mageau provides forensic opportunities that the earlier murders lacked: fingerprints from the car, detailed ballistics analysis, and most importantly, eyewitness testimony from someone who saw the killer face to face. But these advantages are offset by the increased media attention and public pressure that multiple murders generate. The Vallejo Police Department finds itself thrust into the spotlight of a case that exceeds their experience and resources. Detective Sergeant Ed Rust, who will become the lead investigator on what is not yet called the Zodiac case, begins the methodical work of connecting evidence between crime scenes separated by 7 months and 4 miles. The ballistics comparison between bullets recovered from both locations will eventually confirm what the phone call suggested. The same weapon was used in both attacks. Darlene Ferrin's funeral draws hundreds of mourners who remember her as a vibrant young woman whose life was cut short by senseless violence. Her daughter Dana, not yet 2 years old, will grow up with only photographs and stories to remember the mother who died defending her right to a simple evening of fireworks and friendship. Dean Ferrin, widowed after only months of marriage, faces the cruel arithmetic of sudden loss, dreams cancelled, plans discarded, and a future that must be reimagined without the person who made it meaningful. Mike Mageau's recovery is slow and complicated by the psychological trauma of surviving an encounter with someone whose capacity for violence exceeds normal human understanding. His physical wounds heal, but his memory of the attack remains fragmentary and inconsistent, influenced by shock, pain medication, and the natural tendency of the mind to protect itself from unbearable knowledge. His testimony will be crucial to the investigation, but it will also reveal the limitations of human perception under extreme stress. The media. The coverage of Blue Rock Springs marks the beginning of the symbiotic relationship between the killer and the press that will define the Zodiac case. Local newspapers, recognizing the public's fascination with serial crime, begin providing detailed coverage that goes beyond simple reporting to include speculation about the killer's motives and methods. The San Francisco Chronicle, Examiner, and Vallejo Times-Herald compete for exclusive details and insider information, creating a media environment that the killer will soon learn to exploit. The community response reveals the fault lines that violent crime creates in American society. Some residents demand increased police protection and community vigilance. Others suggest that the victims somehow created the opportunity for their own victimization by parking in isolated areas. The blame the victim mentality that will plague the entire Zodiac investigation intensifies, with whispered suggestions that Darlene's divorce, her job as a waitress, and her casual dating somehow contributed to her death. But Blue Rock Springs also represents something new in the killer's evolution, the beginning of his relationship with publicity and attention. The phone call to police is not just a confession but a performance, a demonstration that this killer understands the power of communication and the media's hunger for exclusive content. Unlike traditional criminals who avoid attention and flee detection, this killer seeks the spotlight and craves recognition. In the weeks following Blue Rock Springs, investigators begin to understand that they are dealing with a new type of criminal, someone who kills not just for the satisfaction of murder, but for the larger purpose of creating fear and commanding attention. The methodical nature of the attacks, combined with the killer's willingness to communicate with authorities, suggests a level of sophistication that challenges traditional investigative methods. The summer of 1969 continues with an undercurrent of anxiety that penetrates the Bay Area's consciousness, like fog seeping through window frames. Lovers' lanes that once hosted innocent romance now carry the atmosphere of potential crime scenes. Parents impose earlier curfews on teenage children. Police increase patrols in areas where young couples traditionally park. The simple act of seeking privacy for romance becomes fraught with dangers that previous generations never imagined. As July turns to August, investigators wait for the phone to ring again, for another crime scene to be discovered, for some break in the case that will lead them to the man whose voice they heard in the darkness of the Napa car wash payphone. They do not yet know that their wait is almost over, that the killer is preparing to escalate from phone calls to letters, from local notoriety to national attention. The fireworks that exploded over Vallejo on the 4th of July, 1969, have long since faded from the sky, but their echo continues to reverberate through the investigation. Independence Day, America's celebration of freedom from tyranny, has become the anniversary of terror, and somewhere in the California darkness, a killer is planning his next performance in a theater of cruelty that has only just begun its longest-running show. The typewriters clatter in newsrooms across the Bay Area, but none sound like the one that produced the letters arriving on the 1st of August, 1969. 3 identical messages, sent to 3 different newspapers, each containing a portion of a cipher and a demand that chills editors' blood. Publish this on your front page, or more couples will die. The Zodiac Killer, though he has not yet chosen that name, is about to transform from a phantom stalking parking lots into America's first multimedia serial killer, a monster who understands that in the age of television and mass media, fear itself is the ultimate weapon. The 1st of August, 1969, begins like any other summer Friday in the San Francisco Bay Area. Editors at the San Francisco Chronicle, San Francisco Examiner, and Vallejo Times-Herald arrive at their offices expecting the routine challenges of putting together weekend editions, local politics, sports scores, society pages, and the endless stream of minor crimes and civic disputes that fill column inches in regional newspapers. The mail arrives with its usual collection of press releases, letters to the editor, and promotional materials from businesses seeking coverage. But among the routine correspondence are 3 envelopes that will transform not just these newspapers, but the entire landscape of American crime reporting. The envelopes are addressed in block letters, postmarked from San Francisco, and contain identical messages that begin with words no editor has ever seen in a letter to the press. Dear Editor, I am the killer of the 2 teenagers last Christmas at Lake Herman, plus the girl last 4th of July. The letters are typed on plain white paper, using what appears to be a manual typewriter, with slightly worn keys that create distinctive impressions in the paper. The text is single-spaced, with minimal punctuation and occasional misspellings that suggest either poor education or deliberate misdirection. But it is the content, not the format, that stops editors cold and sends them reaching for telephones to contact police departments, whose investigations have suddenly taken on national significance. At the San Francisco Chronicle, the letter lands on the desk of Chronicle editor Paul Avery, a seasoned crime reporter who has covered everything from waterfront murders to political corruption. Avery reads the letter once, then reads it again, his experienced eye noting details that transform this from a crank communication into something far more sinister. The writer demonstrates knowledge of crime scene details that have never been released to the public, the specific location of the Lake Herman Road murders, the date of the Blue Rock Springs attack, details about the victims and the weapon used. "I am the killer," the letter states with the matter-of-fact tone of someone reporting the weather. The confession is neither boastful nor apologetic, but delivered with a casual certainty that suggests the writer views murder as simply another fact to be communicated, like his address or telephone number. This emotional flatness will become one of the most disturbing characteristics of the Zodiac's correspondence, his apparent inability to recognize that taking human life carries moral weight or emotional consequence. The letter continues with what amounts to proof of the writer's identity. Here is a cipher, or that is part of one. The other two parts have been mailed to the other two Bay Area papers. Each newspaper has received 1/3 of a complex cryptogram, consisting of 408 symbols arranged in neat rows across 3 sheets of paper. The cipher uses a mixture of letters, numbers and symbols, some recognizable Greek letters, mathematical signs, astrological symbols, and others apparently created by the writer for his own cryptographic purposes. But it is the demand that accompanies the cipher that reveals the killer's true innovation. "I want you to print this cipher on your front page by Fry.org 169. If you do not print this cipher by the afternoon of Fry, 1st of the 6th of August 9, I will go on a kill rampage Fry night that will last the whole weekend. I will cruise around, plus pick off all stray people or couples that are alone, then move on to kill some more until I have killed over a dozen people." The threat represents a quantum leap in criminal communication. Traditional killers avoid attention, flee detection, and minimize contact with authorities. This killer actively seeks publicity and uses the media as a weapon of psychological warfare. He understands that the threat of violence can generate more fear than violence itself, that the promise of a kill rampage can terrorize thousands while requiring no additional murders. The editors face an unprecedented ethical dilemma. Publishing the letter and cipher gives the killer exactly what he wants: front-page attention and the satisfaction of forcing major newspapers to serve as his personal bulletin board. But refusing to publish risks the lives of over a dozen people if the killer follows through on his threats. The decision involves not just news judgment but moral responsibility for potential future victims. The cipher itself represents another innovation in the killer's methodology. Unlike traditional criminals who leave physical evidence at crime scenes, this killer leaves intellectual puzzles that transform the public into unwitting participants in his game. The 408 symbols challenge readers to become amateur cryptographers, to engage directly with the killer's mind through the medium of mathematical problem-solving. Newspapers that publish the cipher are not just reporting crime but hosting a macabre interactive experience between a killer and his audience. At the Vallejo Times-Herald, editor Mel Nicolai faces additional pressure because his newspaper serves the community where both murders occurred. Local residents expect their newspaper to provide information that might prevent future attacks, but publishing threats from the killer seems to reward terrorism and encourage copycat crimes. The decision to publish becomes not just editorial judgment, but community leadership in the face of unprecedented threat. The San Francisco Examiner, competing with the Chronicle for Bay Area readership, faces the additional pressure of circulation wars that have intensified throughout the 1,960 seconds. The Zodiac letter represents exclusive content that could boost sales while serving the public interest, if the public interest is truly served by giving a killer the platform he demands. Editor decisions made in newsrooms on the 1st of August, 1969, will establish precedents for media coverage of serial crime that persist into the digital age. The police response reveals law enforcement's unpreparedness for criminals who actively court media attention. Vallejo Police Inspector Jack Mulanax, San Francisco Police Inspector Dave Toski, and other investigators find themselves dealing not just with unsolved murders, but with a publicity campaign orchestrated by the murderer himself. The letters force police to become unwilling participants in the killer's media strategy, providing authentication and commentary that legitimize his communications. The content of the letters provides the first detailed glimpse into the killer's psychology and methodology. His claim to have killed 5 people in the Bay Area exceeds the known victim count, suggesting either additional unreported murders or inflated boasting designed to enhance his reputation. The reference to stray people or couples that are alone reveals victim selection criteria that could apply to thousands of Bay Area residents on any given night. The killer's language patterns offer clues to investigators and linguists who will spend decades analyzing his word choices, sentence structures, and spelling errors. The use of cipher instead of cipher might indicate regional dialect, limited education, or deliberate misdirection. The casual tone, "I will cruise around," contrasts sharply with the methodical planning evident in his crimes, suggesting someone comfortable with cognitive compartmentalization. The decision to send identical letters to 3 different newspapers reveals strategic thinking about media coverage and public impact. By fragmenting the cipher across multiple outlets, the killer ensures that no single newspaper can suppress his message while compelling cooperation between competing publications. The strategy demonstrates sophisticated understanding of media dynamics and competitive pressure in journalism. The 1st of August deadline creates artificial urgency that forces hasty decisions and prevents careful deliberation about the consequences of publication. The killer understands that journalists working on deadline are more likely to publish first and analyze later, that competitive pressure overwhelms ethical reflection when exclusive content is at stake. His manipulation of news cycles and editorial calendars reveals someone intimately familiar with how newspapers operate. The public response to the letter's publication exceeds all expectations and establishes patterns that will define the Zodiac case for decades. Amateur cryptographers across the country begin working on the cipher, transforming a local crime story into a national obsession. Newspapers receive hundreds of phone calls from readers, offering theories, solutions, and additional threats. The killer has successfully transformed his private violence into public entertainment. The cipher becomes the first viral content of the pre-internet age, copied and distributed through networks of amateur enthusiasts who treat code-breaking as a competitive sport. Mathematics professors assign the cipher as classroom exercises, puzzle magazines reprint it for their readers. Computer programmers at universities and corporations apply early artificial intelligence techniques to automated solution attempts. The psychological impact extends far beyond the Bay Area, as newspapers across the country reprint the Zodiac letters and cipher. Parents in distant states impose new restrictions on teenage children. College campuses increase security measures. The killer's threat to target couples that are alone resonates with young people throughout America who recognize themselves in his victim profile. The letters also reveal the killer's relationship with violence as performance art rather than simple predation. Traditional serial killers operate in secret, avoiding detection and publicity. The Zodiac actively seeks attention and uses murder as the foundation for a larger artistic project involving cryptography, media manipulation, and psychological terrorism. His crimes become multimedia presentations combining physical violence with intellectual puzzles and public relations campaigns. The investigation into the letter's origins provides forensic opportunities and frustrations that will characterize the entire Zodiac case. The paper is common typing stock, available at any office supply store. The envelopes are standard business size with no distinctive markings. The postmarks indicate San Francisco mailing, but provide no specific location within the city. The typewriter impressions suggest a manual machine but cannot be traced to a specific manufacturer or model. Handwriting analysis of the block-lettered addresses reveals someone attempting to disguise their natural writing style, but experts note characteristics that might indicate left-handedness, artistic training, or deliberate misdirection. The consistency of the lettering across 3 separate envelopes suggests practice and planning rather than spontaneous composition. The decision by all 3 newspapers to publish the letters and cipher on the 1st of August, 1969, marks a watershed moment in American crime reporting. For the first time, major newspapers coordinate to give a serial killer exactly what he demands: front-page attention, public recognition, and the satisfaction of forcing legitimate media outlets to serve his agenda. The precedent establishes patterns of coverage that will influence how journalists handle similar cases for generations. The weekend following publication passes without the promised kill rampage, leading to speculation about the killer's reliability and truthfulness. Some investigators suggest the threat was empty bluster designed to generate attention. Others worry that the killer is simply waiting for optimal conditions or has moved his operations to areas with less police surveillance. The absence of immediate violence creates an atmosphere of suspended terror, more psychologically damaging than actual attacks. The Cipher challenge captures public imagination in ways that surprise even experienced crime reporters. Newspapers receive thousands of attempted solutions, ranging from sophisticated cryptographic analysis to numerological speculation to pure fantasy. The killer has successfully transformed the public from passive consumers of crime news into active participants in his intellectual game. Professional cryptographers at the National Security Agency, Central Intelligence Agency, and Federal Bureau of Investigation begin working on the Cipher using classified techniques developed for Cold War intelligence operations. The application of national security resources to a local crime investigation reflects the unprecedented nature of the case and the government's recognition that the Zodiac represents a new type of domestic threat. The media attention generates copycat letters and false confessions that complicate the investigation and demonstrate the killer's influence on disturbed individuals throughout the country. Police departments across California begin receiving Zodiac-style communications from attention seekers, hoping to duplicate the original success at generating fear and publicity. The letters establish the template for future Zodiac communications. Technical precision, combined with emotional coldness, intellectual challenges paired with death threats, public relations savvy married to homicidal intent, the killer has found his voice and learned that words can be as powerful as bullets in generating the fear and attention that seem to motivate his crimes. As August continues without additional murders, investigators begin to hope that publication of the letters has somehow satisfied the killer's appetite for attention and ended his campaign of violence. The hope proves tragically premature. The Zodiac has not finished killing, he has only finished introducing himself. The letters represent not the conclusion of his crimes, but the opening statement in a campaign of terror that will span years and claim additional lives. The typewriter that produced the 1st of August letters will type again, producing communications that grow increasingly bizarre and threatening as the killer refines his media strategy and explores the boundaries of public tolerance for his twisted performances. But on this August evening in 1969, as editors across the Bay Area review their decision to publish, the most terrifying realization is just beginning to dawn. They have given a serial killer everything he asked for, and he has kept his promise not to kill. The question that haunts everyone involved is simple and unanswerable. What will he ask for next? In a modest home in Salinas, California, Donald Gene Harden, a high school teacher, sits at his kitchen table surrounded by sheets of graph paper, his wife Betty working beside him with the patience of someone accustomed to her husband's obsessions. They do not yet know they are about to become the first people to successfully peer into the mind of a killer, to decode the mathematical poetry of a madman who turns murder into cryptography. When they solve the 408-symbol cipher on the 8th of August, 1969, they will unleash words that reveal not just a confession, but a manifesto of evil so chilling that it transforms the Zodiac from a local terror into a national nightmare. The morning of the 2nd of August, 1969, dawns across America, with millions of newspaper readers opening their papers to find something unprecedented staring back at them. A serial killer's cipher splashed across front pages like an intellectual challenge wrapped in a death threat. The 408 symbols arranged in neat rows represent more than just a puzzle. They are a direct invitation from a murderer to the public, a demand that ordinary citizens engage with his twisted intellect through the medium of cryptography. Donald Gene Harden, 41, teaches mathematics at North Salinas High School, where his students know him as a patient educator who can make abstract concepts accessible to teenage minds struggling with algebra and geometry. But Harden's true passion lies in the elegant complexities of cryptography, the ancient art of concealing messages within mathematical frameworks that challenge both creator and solver. His home study is filled with books on code-breaking, cipher techniques, and the history of secret communication that stretches from Caesar's military dispatches to World War II intelligence operations. When Harden opens his copy of the San Francisco Chronicle and sees the Zodiac cipher, He experiences the electric recognition that puzzle enthusiasts know well, the moment when an intellectual challenge presents itself with irresistible clarity. Unlike the casual newspaper readers who glance at the symbols and move on to the sports pages, Harden sees patterns, frequencies, and structural elements that suggest sophisticated encryption techniques, rather than random gibberish. Betty Harden, his wife of nearly 2 decades, has witnessed her husband's cryptographic obsessions to transform their kitchen table into a laboratory where mathematical theories are tested against stubborn reality. She understands that the cipher represents more than just another puzzle to Donald. It is a direct challenge to his expertise, a test of whether his years of study can be applied to a problem that has stumped professional cryptographers at major newspapers and police departments. The couple's decision to attempt the cipher reflects the democratic nature of cryptographic challenges in an era before computer encryption made code breaking the exclusive province of government agencies and corporate security departments. In 1969, motivated amateurs with basic mathematical knowledge and unlimited patience can still compete with professionals in solving ciphers that rely on substitution patterns rather than computational complexity. Working together at their kitchen table, the Hardens begin with the fundamental principle that underlies most substitution: ciphers, frequency analysis. In English text, certain letters appear more often than others. E is the most common, followed by T, O, I, N, Sz, He, R, and these patterns persist even when letters are replaced by symbols. By counting the frequency of each symbol in the Zodiac cipher, they hope to identify the most common characters and work backward to the original text. The process is methodical and mind-numbing. Each of the 408 symbols must be catalogued, counted, and analysed for patterns that might reveal the underlying structure. Donald creates frequency charts while Betty double-checks his work, their collaboration reflecting the patient partnership that effective cryptographic analysis requires. They work through the evening of the 2nd of August and into the early morning hours of the 3rd of August, sustained by coffee and the growing conviction that the cipher is not random but follows discoverable rules. The breakthrough comes on the morning of the 8th of August, after 6 days of intensive analysis that has consumed their evenings and weekends. Donald notices that certain symbol combinations appear to repeat in ways that suggest common English letter pairs or trigrams: th, the, and, ing that provide structural clues to the cipher's organization. Working from these assumptions, he begins tentative substitutions that slowly reveal fragments of coherent text. The first recognizable word to emerge is kill, 4 symbols that transform into letters with chilling clarity. The discovery energizes both Hardens, confirming that they are on the correct analytical path while providing a glimpse of the darkness they are about to unleash. As additional symbols yield their secrets, more words appear: people, fun, hunting, creating a vocabulary of violence that makes Betty uncomfortable and fills Donald with the grim satisfaction of successful problem-solving. By noon on the 8th of August, enough of the cipher has been decoded to reveal its opening statement: "I like killing people because it's so much fun." The words appear on their graph paper with the stark clarity of mathematical proof, transforming abstract symbols into a confession of homicidal pleasure that neither Harden has ever encountered in their previous cryptographic adventures. The intellectual satisfaction of successful code breaking is contaminated by the realization that they have decoded not a historical document or military communication, but the private thoughts of an active serial killer. The complete solution, when it emerges over the following hours, reveals a message that reads like a dispatch from hell itself. "I like killing people because it is so much fun. It is more fun than killing wild game. In the forest because man is the more dangerous. Animal of all to kill something gives me the most thrilling experience. It is even better than getting your rocks off with a girl. The best part of it is thigh. When I die, I will be reborn in paradise, and thigh have killed will become my slaves. I will not give you my name because you will try to sloy down or atop my collectiog of slaves. For my afterly ibiorietemeth pity." The message reveals layers of psychological disturbance that transform the Zodiac from a mysterious killer into a clearly deranged individual whose motivations combine sexual sadism, power fantasies, and religious delusion. The comparison of human hunting to wild game hunting suggests someone who has dehumanized his victims to the point where their deaths provide recreational pleasure rather than emotional satisfaction. The sexual comparison, better than getting your rocks off with a girl, indicates profound dysfunction in normal human relationships and intimacy. Most disturbing is the killer's afterlife fantasy, the belief that his victims will become his slaves in paradise, providing eternal justification for temporal murder. This delusion combines elements of ancient Egyptian burial practices, servants buried with pharaohs, Christian concepts of eternal life, and personal power fantasies that suggest someone whose grasp on reality has been severely compromised by narcissistic and sadistic impulses. The misspellings and grammatical errors throughout the message, forest, dangerous, they, sloy, atop, create analytical challenges for investigators, trying to determine whether they represent genuine educational limitations, regional dialect, or deliberate misdirection designed to confuse efforts at identifying the writer. The final 18 characters of the cipher remain unsolved, trailing off into gibberish that might represent incomplete encryption or intentional obfuscation. Donald Harden's phone call to the Vallejo Police Department on the evening of the 8th of August transforms him from anonymous puzzle enthusiast into key witness in one of California's most notorious criminal cases. Detective Sergeant Jack Mulanax, who has been coordinating the Zodiac investigation, initially treats the call as another crank communication from the dozens of amateur cryptographers who have contacted police with false solutions. But Harden's methodical explanation of his analytical process and his ability to demonstrate the mathematical principles underlying his solution convinces Mulanax that this breakthrough is genuine. The authentication process requires Harden to explain his methodology to FBI cryptographic specialists who verify that his solution follows accepted principles of frequency analysis and pattern recognition. The Bureau's own attempts at solving the cipher have been hampered by the assumption that it represents a more sophisticated encryption method than simple symbol substitution. Harden's success demonstrates that sometimes amateur enthusiasm and unlimited time can overcome professional expertise, constrained by bureaucratic deadlines and multiple competing priorities. The publication of the cipher solution on the 10th of August, 1969, creates a media sensation that exceeds even the original letter's impact on public consciousness. Newspapers across the country reprint the decoded message alongside profiles of the Salinas couple, whose mathematical skills have revealed the killer's private thoughts. The solution transforms the Zodiac from mysterious cipher writer into clearly disturbed individual, whose psychological profile becomes available for public analysis and speculation. The psychological impact of the decoded message reverberates through communities already traumatized by the murders themselves. Parents reading the killer's confession of hunting humans for recreational pleasure face the realization that their children live in a world where such individuals exist and operate with apparent impunity. The comparison to wild game hunting particularly disturbs outdoor enthusiasts who recognize the methodical patience and skill that successful hunting requires. The religious elements of the killer's fantasy generate responses from clergy and theologians who attempt to place his delusions within recognizable frameworks of mental illness and spiritual disturbance. The concept of murder victims becoming slaves in the afterlife appears in no mainstream religious tradition, but combines elements from various belief systems in ways that suggest either extensive but confused theological study or the kind intent pie of grandiose fantasy construction typical of severe personality disorders. Law enforcement agencies across California begin incorporating the psychological profile revealed by the cipher solution into their investigative strategies. The killer's self-description as someone who finds murder more satisfying than sexual relations suggests approaches to suspect identification that focus on individuals with documented histories of sexual dysfunction, sadistic tendencies, or social isolation. The reference to hunting experience indicates someone familiar with firearms, ballistics, and the methodical stalking of prey. Amateur psychologists and criminal profilers, working from the cipher solution, begin developing theories about the killer's background, occupation, and personal characteristics. The mathematical sophistication required to create a 408-symbol cipher suggests education beyond high school level, possibly including college coursework in mathematics, engineering, or related technical fields. The patience required to construct such a complex puzzle indicates someone with time, privacy, and the obsessive personality traits often associated with meticulous planning. The cipher's structural elements provide additional clues to investigators familiar with cryptographic techniques. The decision to use 408 symbols rather than a round number like 400 or 500 might reflect aesthetic preferences, mathematical significance, or practical constraints in the encryption process. The mixture of letters, numbers, and invented symbols suggests someone familiar with various cipher systems, but creating his own hybrid methodology rather than following established cryptographic protocols. The distribution strategy, splitting the cipher into 3 parts sent to different newspapers, demonstrates sophisticated understanding of media dynamics and competitive pressure in journalism. The killer correctly calculated that no single newspaper would suppress his message while ensuring that cooperation between competing outlets would be necessary for complete solution. This media manipulation reveals someone who understands institutional behavior and can predict organizational responses to unprecedented situations. The timing of the cipher's creation and distribution also provides investigative opportunities. The letters were postmarked the 1st of August, but the Blue Rock Springs murders occurred the 5th of July, indicating that the killer spent nearly a month constructing his cryptographic challenge. This time frame suggests someone with regular access to privacy and the resources necessary for sustained intellectual work, characteristics that might help narrow suspect pools in employment and residential databases. The cipher solution generates thousands of additional tips and theories from members of the public who now feel qualified to participate in the investigation through amateur psychological analysis. Police departments receive calls from individuals claiming to recognize the killer's writing style, thought patterns, or psychological profile in friends, relatives, or co-workers. While most of these leads prove worthless, they demonstrate the cipher's success in transforming passive newspaper readers into active participants in the investigative process. The success of the hardened solution creates expectations that subsequent Zodiac ciphers will yield similar insights into the killer's psychology and potentially his identity. Amateur cryptographers across the country begin preparing for future challenges, organizing informal networks of puzzle enthusiasts who coordinate their analytical efforts through telephone calls and mailed correspondence. The Zodiac has inadvertently created a community of citizen investigators whose continued involvement will influence the case for decades. Professional cryptographers at government agencies begin treating the Zodiac case as a testing ground for analytical techniques that might be applied to more traditional intelligence challenges. The National Security Agency, while publicly uninvolved in domestic criminal investigations, applies classified cryptographic methods to Zodiac communications as training exercises for analysts who normally work on foreign intelligence targets. The psychological profile that emerges from the cipher solution influences media coverage and public perception of the Zodiac case in ways that benefit and complicate the investigation. The killer's self-description as someone motivated by recreational pleasure rather than sexual or financial gain challenges traditional assumptions about serial crime and requires investigators to develop new approaches to suspect identification and behavioral prediction. The Hardens themselves become reluctant celebrities in the growing Zodiac mythology, their success at code-breaking transforming them from anonymous educators into key figures in one of America's most notorious criminal cases. Donald's subsequent interviews with reporters and law enforcement officials reveal a methodical, patient individual whose mathematical skills happen to align perfectly with the killer's cryptographic challenge. Their kitchen table, where the solution was discovered, becomes a symbolic site in true crime history, the place where amateur dedication overcame professional failure. But the cipher solution also creates new mysteries that will haunt the investigation for decades. The final 18 characters that remain unsolved might contain the killer's name, location, or additional clues to his identity. The decision to leave these characters unsolvable might represent incomplete encryption, deliberate obfuscation, or simply the killer's recognition that perfect cryptographic challenges are less interesting than puzzles that yield to sustained analysis. As August 1969 draws to a close, the decoded cipher stands as the most detailed psychological profile of an active serial killer ever made available to public analysis. The 408 symbols have been transformed into a window, into darkness that reveals not just a confession, but a manifesto of evil that will influence how Americans understand and respond to serial crime. The mathematical precision of the encryption process contrasts sharply with the psychological chaos of the message itself, creating a paradox that will define the Zodiac case. A methodical killer whose careful planning serves completely irrational goals. The Hardens return to their normal lives as educators in Salinas, but their brief encounter with cryptographic fame has permanently connected them to one of California's most enduring mysteries. Their success at solving the 408 cipher establishes the template for future amateur involvement in the case, while demonstrating that sometimes the most sophisticated professional resources cannot replace the combination of patience, curiosity, and mathematical intuition that motivated citizens bring to intellectual challenges. The killer, reading about the cipher solution in newspapers, must recognize that his first cryptographic challenge has achieved exactly what he intended: maximum public attention, widespread fear, and the satisfaction of forcing thousands of people to engage directly with his twisted psychology. The success of the 408 cipher guarantees that there will be more cryptographic communications, more challenges to amateur and professional codebreakers, and more opportunities for the killer to demonstrate his intellectual superiority over law enforcement and media organizations. But he has also learned something potentially dangerous to his continued freedom: that his ciphers can be solved, his psychological profile analyzed, and his methods understood by dedicated amateurs working with nothing more than graph paper and persistence. The next cipher he creates will reflect this knowledge, incorporating additional layers of complexity designed to frustrate the kind of frequency analysis that gave the Hardens their breakthrough. The mathematical war between killer and codebreakers has only just begun. The autumn sun filters through the trees at Lake Berryessa, casting long shadows across the water, where college students Brian Calvin Hartnell and Cecilia Ann Shepard spread their blanket for what should have been a perfect afternoon. They are young, in love, and utterly unprepared for the figure that emerges from the tree line. A man in an executioner's hood, a white symbol painted on his chest, moving with the theatrical precision of someone who has rehearsed this moment in his darkest dreams. This will be the Zodiac's most elaborate performance, a ritual murder dressed up as theatre, where the killer finally reveals his true nature, not just a murderer, but an artist of terror. The 27th of September 1969. The summer of love has faded into autumn's sharper light, and college campuses across California hum with the intellectual energy of a new academic year. At Pacific Union College in Angwin, students balance the demands of coursework with the social freedoms that higher education provides, creating communities of young adults who believe they are sophisticated enough to handle whatever challenges the world might present. For Brian Calvin Hartnell, 20, and Cecilia Ann Shepard, 22, the Saturday afternoon promises nothing more complicated than a picnic beside one of Northern California's most beautiful lakes. Lake Berryessa, located in the hills of Napa County about 25 miles north of the city of Napa, represents California at its most seductive. Created in the 1,950 seconds by the construction of Monticello Dam, the reservoir stretches for miles through rolling hills covered with oak trees and manzanita, creating a recreational paradise where families camp, fishermen cast their lines, and young couples seek the kind of natural beauty that makes romance feel inevitable. On warm September afternoons, the lake's surface reflects the sky like a mirror, and the only sounds are the gentle lapping of water against the shore and the distant calls of waterfowl. Brian Calvin Hartnell embodies the earnest idealism that defines Pacific Union College students in the late 1,960 seconds. A psychology major with plans for graduate school, he approaches life with the methodical curiosity of someone who believes human behavior can be understood through careful study and rational analysis. His classmates know him as someone who takes his studies seriously while maintaining the kind of gentle humor that makes him popular without being threatening. At 20, he has the confidence of someone who has succeeded in school and expects to continue succeeding in life. Cecilia Ann Shepard, at 22, brings a different kind of sophistication to their relationship. A senior majoring in music, she possesses the artistic temperament and intellectual depth that often develop in students who spend their days studying the mathematical relationships underlying musical composition. Her friends describe her as someone whose quiet intelligence masks a passionate commitment to her craft and her faith. Pacific Union College is a Seventh-day Adventist institution where spiritual development is considered as important as academic achievement. Their relationship has developed over several months of campus socializing, study dates, and the kind of careful romantic exploration that characterized college relationships in an era when sexual revolution coexisted uneasily with traditional moral expectations. Brian and Cecilia represent the best of their generation, intelligent, optimistic, and committed to building meaningful lives through education, service, and careful attention to spiritual and ethical principles. The decision to spend Saturday afternoon at Lake Berryessa reflects the spontaneous planning that marks healthy young relationships. September weather in Northern California is perfect for outdoor activities, warm enough for comfortable picnicking, cool enough to make physical closeness pleasant. Lake Berryessa offers privacy without isolation, natural beauty without significant danger, and the kind of romantic setting that makes ordinary conversation feel profound. They arrive at the lake around 2 p.m., driving Brian's white Volkswagen Carmen Ghia along the winding roads that lead from the Napa Valley into the hills surrounding the reservoir. The car, popular among college students for its affordability and distinctive European styling, carries their picnic supplies and the kind of optimistic energy that defines perfect Saturday afternoons. They choose a secluded spot along the western shore, where a small peninsula provides privacy while offering panoramic views of the water. The location they select demonstrates the careful balance between solitude and safety that characterizes their generation's approach to romance. They want privacy for intimate conversation, but remain visible to other park visitors and within reasonable distance of help if needed. The peninsula where they spread their blanket is isolated enough for romantic purposes, but accessible enough that they feel secure in their ability to handle any situation that might arise. Their afternoon unfolds with the gentle rhythms that define successful relationships. Conversation punctuated by comfortable silences, shared food that tastes better in natural surroundings, and the kind of physical closeness that feels both thrilling and safe. They talk about their classes, their plans for after graduation, and the future that stretches before them with seemingly unlimited possibilities. Brian's psychology studies provide analytical frameworks for understanding human behavior. Cecilia's musical training offers aesthetic perspectives on beauty and harmony. Around 4:30 p.m., as the afternoon shadows begin to lengthen and the lake's surface catches the changing light, their peaceful picnic is interrupted by the approach of a figure that seems to emerge from the landscape itself. Walking slowly but deliberately across the peninsula toward their blanket, a man wearing what appears to be a black executioner's hood approaches with the measured pace of someone who has rehearsed this encounter in precise detail. The costume is elaborate and theatrical in ways that distinguish this attack from the Zodiac's previous crimes. The hood, constructed from black fabric, completely covers the attacker's head and face except for eye holes that allow him to see while maintaining complete anonymity. The front of his dark shirt or jacket displays a white symbol painted or sewn onto the fabric, a circle bisected by a cross, creating the crosshairs design that will become the Zodiac's signature emblem. Brian and Cecilia's initial reaction reflects the cognitive dissonance that accompanies encounters with genuine danger. The approaching figure seems so theatrical, so obviously costumed, that their first impulse is to assume they are witnessing some kind of performance or prank rather than a genuine threat. College students in 1969 are accustomed to encountering eccentric individuals, street performers, and social experimenters whose behavior might seem bizarre but is ultimately harmless. The killer's approach demonstrates sophisticated understanding of victim psychology and the advantages that costumes provide in criminal encounters. The hood serves multiple tactical purposes. It conceals his identity completely, making witness identification impossible. It creates a psychological advantage by dehumanizing the attacker and making him appear more threatening. And it establishes theatrical atmosphere that disorients victims and makes rational response more difficult. As the hooded figure draws closer, Brian and Cecilia begin to realize that this is not a prank or performance, but a genuine encounter with someone whose intentions remain unclear, but are certainly not benign. The killer's pace never varies. He approaches with the steady rhythm of someone completely confident in his ability to control the situation and achieve his objectives without interference or interruption. When the killer reaches speaking distance, approximately 10 feet from their blanket, he stops and addresses them in a voice that Brian will later describe as calm, deliberate, and emotionally flat. "I want your money and your car keys," he says. establishing the pretense that this is a robbery rather than something far more sinister. The demand seems almost reasonable. Highway robbery is a crime that college students can understand and respond to rationally. Brian, demonstrating the kind of cooperative response that authorities recommend in robbery situations, immediately offers compliance. "I don't have much money," he says, "but you can have what I've got." He reaches for his wallet, expecting to hand over the few dollars he carries and resolve the situation through the kind of reasonable negotiation that works in normal criminal encounters. But the killer has no interest in money or car keys. Instead, he produces a length of white clothesline rope and announces his true intention: "I'm going to have to tie you up." The statement reveals that this encounter has been planned in detail and that robbery is merely a cover story designed to gain victim cooperation during the initial approach. The rope is pre-cut to appropriate lengths, indicating preparation and forethought that transform this from opportunistic crime into calculated predation. The binding process becomes a ritual of control and humiliation that demonstrates the killer's primary motivation: not financial gain, but psychological domination over helpless victims. He orders Brian to tie Cecilia's hands behind her back, using the victim as an unwilling accomplice in his own girlfriend's restraint. The psychological cruelty of this demand, forcing someone to participate in his loved one's victimization, reveals sadistic tendencies that go far beyond simple robbery or even conventional murder. When Brian's knots prove insufficiently tight for the killer's satisfaction, the hooded figure takes over the binding process himself, demonstrating familiarity with restraint techniques that might indicate military, police, or correctional experience. The rope work is methodical and professional, designed not just to prevent escape, but to create complete helplessness that enhances the killer's sense of control and the victim's terror. With both students bound and helpless, the killer reveals his true purpose by producing a knife, a large, military-style blade that Brian estimates to be approximately 1 foot long with a wooden handle. The weapon's size and design indicate someone familiar with edged weapons and comfortable with close-quarters violence. Unlike the .22 caliber handgun used in previous Zodiac attacks, the knife requires intimate physical contact between killer and victim, suggesting an escalation in the psychological satisfaction the killer derives from his crimes. The attack, when it comes, unfolds with the same methodical precision that characterizes all aspects of the encounter. The killer stabs Brian repeatedly in the back, targeting areas likely to cause maximum pain and blood loss while avoiding immediately fatal wounds. The pattern suggests someone with anatomical knowledge or experience with knife combat who understands how to inflict suffering while maintaining victim consciousness. Cecilia's attack is even more prolonged and sadistic. The killer stabs her 10 times in the back and abdomen, creating wounds that will prove fatal but allow her to remain conscious long enough to experience the full horror of the attack. The positioning and depth of the wounds indicate someone who takes pleasure, not just in killing, but in the process of dying, who wants to observe and participate in his victim's final moments. Throughout the attack, the killer maintains the same emotional flatness that characterized his initial approach. There is no rage, no sexual excitement, no apparent pleasure, just the mechanical efficiency of someone performing a task that requires technical skill but generates no emotional response. This psychological coldness will become one of the most disturbing aspects of witness testimony and crime scene analysis. After completing the stabbings, the killer engages in behavior that reveals his true motivation: publicity and recognition. Using a black felt-tip pen, he writes on the passenger door of Brian's Volkswagen, creating a message that serves as both confession and advertisement. Vallejo divided by the 20th of December 2068, divided by the 4th of July 2069, divided by the 27th of September 69, 6:30, divided by knife. Below this chronology of his crimes, he draws the crosshairs symbol that appeared on his costume and will become his signature marking. The car door message demonstrates several key aspects of the killer's psychology and methodology. First, it reveals his desire to claim credit for previous crimes and establish himself as a serial killer rather than someone committing isolated acts of violence. Second, it shows his attention to media coverage and public recognition. The message is designed for police and journalists who will photograph and publicize his communications. Third, it indicates his confidence in avoiding capture. Someone worried about detection would not leave such obvious evidence at a crime scene. The timing notation, the the 27th of September 69, 6:30, proves slightly inaccurate, suggesting that the killer is working from memory rather than consulting a watch during the attack. This small error provides investigators with insights into his mental state and priorities. He is focused on the symbolic rather than factual accuracy of his communications. After completing his message, the killer walks away from the crime scene with the same measured pace that characterized his approach. He disappears into the oak trees surrounding the peninsula, leaving behind 2 severely wounded victims who will either die from their injuries or survive to provide unprecedented eyewitness testimony about the Zodiac's appearance and methods. Brian Hartnell's survival of the attack provides the investigation with its most detailed description of the Zodiac's physical appearance, voice, and behavior patterns. Despite his severe injuries, 6 stab wounds to the back that narrowly miss vital organs, Brian remains conscious throughout the encounter and observes details that prove crucial to developing the killer's profile. His estimate of the attacker's height, approximately 5'8" to 6'0", weight 2.00225 pounds, and general appearance, stocky build, dark hair visible through the hood's eye holes, provides investigators with their most reliable physical description. Cecilia Shepard's injuries prove more severe, but she survives long enough to provide additional details about the attack and the attacker. Her account corroborates Brian's description while adding observations about the killer's voice and manner. Both victims note the attacker's calm demeanor and apparent lack of emotional involvement in the violence. He inflicts characteristics that suggest psychological disorders far beyond normal criminal motivation. The rescue comes from other park visitors who hear Brian's calls for help and discover the crime scene approximately 30 minutes after the attack. The delay in finding the victims reflects the isolated location the killer chose for his theatrical performance, close enough to populated areas for eventual discovery but far enough away to complete his ritual without interruption. The emergency response reveals both the strengths and limitations of rural law enforcement in 1969. Napa County Sheriff's deputies reach the scene quickly, but the remote location complicates medical evacuation and evidence preservation. The crime scene, spread across a natural peninsula rather than confined to a building or vehicle, presents challenges for investigators accustomed to more controlled environments. Cecilia Shepard dies 2 days later at Queen of the Valley Hospital in Napa, her final words lost to the combination of trauma, medication, and the kind of psychological shock that accompanies encounters with evil that exceeds normal human understanding. Her death transforms Lake Berryessa from the scene of a double attempted murder into the site of the Zodiac's 3rd confirmed killing. Brian Hartnell's recovery is slow but complete, leaving him with physical scars and psychological trauma that will influence the rest of his life. His cooperation with investigators provides crucial details about the attack, but his eyewitness testimony also reveals the limitations of human perception under extreme stress. Details that seem clear during the encounter become fuzzy in memory. Observations that feel certain immediately after the attack prove less reliable during formal interviews. The Lake Berryessa attack represents a significant evolution in the Zodiac's methodology and psychology. The elaborate costume, the ritual binding, the prolonged knife attack, and the car door message all indicate someone whose crimes are becoming increasingly theatrical and psychologically complex. The killer is no longer content with simple murder. He requires performance, recognition, and the kind of dramatic presentation that transforms crime scenes into stages for his twisted artistry. The investigation that follows Lake Berryessa is both more intensive and more sophisticated than previous Zodiac cases. The survival of Brian Hartnell provides investigators with detailed eyewitness testimony, while the car door message offers handwriting samples and symbolic analysis opportunities. But these investigative advantages are offset by the increased media attention and public pressure that multiple confirmed murders generate. The costume elements, the executioner's hood and crosshairs symbol, become iconic images in American crime history, reproduced in countless newspaper articles, television reports, and true crime publications. The theatrical nature of the attack captures public imagination in ways that simple shootings cannot, transforming the Zodiac from a regional crime story into a national obsession with costumed killers and ritual violence. The Lake Berryessa attack also marks the beginning of the Zodiac's evolution from opportunistic predator to calculated terrorist. The elaborate preparation, theatrical presentation, and symbolic messaging indicates someone whose primary motivation is no longer the simple satisfaction of killing, but the more complex pleasure of creating fear, commanding attention, and demonstrating his ability to strike anywhere, anytime, with complete impunity. As September 1969 draws to a close, the hooded figure disappears into the oak trees of Napa County, leaving behind crime scene evidence that will be analyzed for decades and witness testimony that will influence criminal profiling techniques for generations. But he also leaves behind something more disturbing, the realization that America has produced a new kind of killer, one who understands that in the age of mass media, terror can be amplified through performance, and fear can be weaponized through careful attention to theatrical presentation. The peninsula at Lake Berryessa remains a place of natural beauty, but it will forever carry the memory of an afternoon when paradise became theatre, when romance became ritual sacrifice, and when two young people learned that evil can approach in broad daylight, wearing costumes designed to transform murder into art. The crosshair symbol carved into Brian's car door has long since faded, but its message endures. The Zodiac is watching, planning, and preparing for his next performance in a theatre of cruelty that spans the entire Golden State. The fog rolls through San Francisco like a living thing, swallowing streetlights and muffling the sounds of a city that never truly sleeps. Paul Lee Stein, 29, a graduate student driving nights to pay for his education, picks up his final fare near the theatre district. His passenger requests Washington and Maple in Presidio Heights, one of the city's most affluent neighborhoods, where Victorian mansions stand like sentinels against the chaos of the 1,960 seconds. Neither man knows this taxi ride will end in the most audacious murder the Zodiac has yet committed, a killing so brazen, so public, that it will shatter San Francisco's sense of security forever. The 11th of October, 1969. Saturday night in San Francisco pulses with the electric energy of a city in cultural revolution. The Fillmore district throbs with rock music that spills from concert halls onto sidewalks crowded with hippies, tourists, and curiosity seekers drawn by the promise of witnessing history in motion. In the theatre district, well-dressed patrons emerge from evening performances, their conversations mixing with the sounds of traffic and the distant foghorns that warn ships navigating the treacherous waters of the Golden Gate. Paul Lee Stein represents the educated optimism that defines San Francisco in the late 1960 seconds. A doctoral student in English at San Francisco State University, he drives for Yellow Cab Company to support himself while working on his dissertation, a study of contemporary American literature that reflects his belief in the power of words to illuminate the human condition. His colleagues know him as someone whose intellectual curiosity is matched by practical determination, a scholar who understands that great ideas require economic foundation. At 29, Stein embodies the delayed adolescence that graduate school permits, living in the intersection between student life and adult responsibility that characterizes advanced education. His apartment near the university is filled with books, typewriter ribbons, and the accumulated research materials of someone pursuing knowledge for its own sake, rather than immediate financial reward. His night shifts driving taxi provide not just income, but material for his writing. The diverse humanity that climbs into his backseat offers insights into American character that no classroom could provide. The Yellow Cab Company represents one of San Francisco's most democratic institutions, an enterprise where college professors and high school dropouts work side by side, where intellectuals and immigrants share the common experience of navigating city streets in search of fares that might lead anywhere. Stein's colleagues include veterans, artists, writers, and working-class men supporting families through honest labor that requires no credentials beyond a clean driving record and basic knowledge of street geography. Saturday night shifts attract drivers who need weekend income to supplement weekday employment or education. The clientele ranges from theatre patrons returning to Pacific Heights mansions, to sailors seeking entertainment in North Beach bars, to tourists eager to experience San Francisco's legendary nightlife. Drivers learn to read passengers quickly, assessing not just destinations but potential danger in an era when taxi robbery is a constant occupational hazard. Stein's cab, number 912, is a typical yellow cab vehicle, a sturdy sedan painted in the company's distinctive yellow, with black checkerboard trim that makes it instantly recognizable on city streets. The interior carries the accumulated scents and sounds of thousands of previous fares, cigarette smoke, perfume, coffee, and the conversations of people in transit between important moments in their lives. The radio crackles with dispatcher communications that create a constant soundtrack of urban commerce. The fare that will end Paul Stine's life begins routinely around 9:30 p.m. in the theatre district, where Saturday night crowds provide steady business for drivers willing to navigate the congested streets near Union Square. The passenger appears unremarkable, a white male of average height and build, dressed casually but appropriately for the cool October evening. He slides into the back seat with the practiced ease of someone familiar with urban transportation. Washington and Maple, the passenger says, providing a destination in Presidio Heights that represents a routine fare for experienced drivers. The neighborhood, located in the northwestern section of the city, is known for its expensive real estate, tree-lined streets, and the kind of domestic tranquility that wealth can purchase. The ride from downtown should take approximately 20 minutes depending on traffic and routing choices. Presidio Heights occupies a unique position in San Francisco's social geography. Developed in the early 20th century as a residential area for the city's growing professional class, it features large single-family homes, wide boulevards, and proximity to both the Presidio Military Reservation and Golden Gate Park. The neighborhood attracts families who can afford space, privacy, and the security that comes from living among people of similar economic status. The streets of Presidio Heights are designed for domestic rather than commercial life. Unlike the dense urban neighborhoods of downtown San Francisco, where apartments and businesses compete for space, Presidio Heights offers the suburban tranquility that successful families seek while maintaining access to urban amenities. Tree-lined sidewalks, well-maintained gardens, and the general absence of foot traffic create an atmosphere of safety and prosperity. As Stine's taxi travels northwest through the city, his passenger observes the changing landscape with apparent interest. The route takes them through multiple neighborhoods, each with distinct characteristics that reflect San Francisco's complex social and economic geography. From the commercial density of downtown through the residential districts of the Western Addition toward the affluent calm of Presidio Heights, the journey provides a cross-section of urban American life in the late 1,960 seconds. The conversation between driver and passenger, if any occurs, remains forever unknown. Taxi drivers develop conversational skills that allow them to engage or ignore passengers based on subtle social cues. Some fares want to talk, others prefer silence, and experienced drivers learn to read these preferences quickly. Paul Stine's academic background makes him comfortable with both intellectual discussion and respectful, quiet, adapting his behavior to passenger expectations. At approximately 9:55 p.m., as the taxi approaches the intersection of Washington and Cherry Streets in Presidio Heights, the passenger makes a request that alters both the destination and the trajectory of the evening. "Actually, let me off at Washington and Cherry," he says, directing Stine to stop one block short of the original destination. The change seems minor. Passengers frequently adjust their drop-off locations based on convenience or privacy considerations. Stine pulls the taxi to the curb on the south side of Washington Street, between Cherry and Steiner Streets, positioning the vehicle in front of 3898 Washington, a large Victorian home whose residents are away for the evening. The location provides sufficient lighting for the transaction while maintaining the quiet atmosphere that Presidio Heights residents expect. The meter reads $6.25, a typical fare for cross-city transportation. What happens next unfolds with the mechanical precision that characterizes all Zodiac attacks. As Stine turns to accept payment and make change, his passenger produces a .22 caliber handgun and fires a single shot into the right side of the driver's head. The bullet enters behind Stine's right ear and exits through his left cheek, causing instant death and immediate loss of control over voluntary functions. The shooting occurs within the taxi's confined space, making it both more intimate and more controlled than the Zodiac's previous outdoor attacks. The killer demonstrates familiarity with close-quarters violence and confidence in his ability to complete his crime without detection or interference. The single shot reflects either exceptional marksmanship or intimate knowledge of anatomy that allows precise placement of lethal fire. Following the shooting, the killer's behavior reveals the calculated nature of his crime and his evolution from simple murderer to trophy collector. He exits the taxi, walks around to the driver's side and opens Stein's door to access the body. Working quickly but methodically, he removes Stein's wallet and car keys, not for their monetary value, but as evidence of his crime and symbols of his power over life and death. The killer's most disturbing action involves cutting away a portion of Stein's blood-stained shirt, using a knife to remove fabric that will serve as both trophy and proof of his crime. This behavior represents a significant escalation in the killer's psychological development, moving from simple murder to ritual collection of body-related evidence. The shirt piece will later be mailed to newspapers as authentication of his communications and demonstration of his willingness to engage in increasingly intimate violence. The entire sequence, shooting, robbery, and mutilation, occurs within view of residential windows, but under cover of darkness and San Francisco's famous fog, which provides natural concealment for criminal activity. The killer's timing takes advantage of the dinner hour when families are inside their homes, reducing the likelihood of witnesses while ensuring eventual discovery of the crime scene. The killer's departure from the scene demonstrates both boldness and calculation that distinguish this attack from his previous crimes. Rather than fleeing immediately after the shooting, he walks calmly north on Cherry Street toward the Presidio, moving with the measured pace of someone confident in his ability to avoid detection. His route takes him past expensive homes, whose residents represent the kind of ordered, prosperous society that his crimes are designed to terrorize. The first witnesses to the shooting are teenagers Donald Fouke, Rebecca McKenzie, and Patricia McKenzie, who observe the scene from a second-story window across the street from the taxi. Initially assuming they are witnessing a robbery in progress, they watch the killer's methodical actions with the fascination of young people encountering adult violence for the first time. Their observations will provide crucial details about the killer's appearance and behavior. The teenager's description of the killer, a white male in his late 20s or early 30s, approximately 5'8", tall, stocky build, crew-cut hair, wearing dark clothing, represents the most detailed physical description obtained during any Zodiac attack. Their elevated viewing position and the illumination from streetlights create optimal conditions for witness observation, despite the late hour and atmospheric conditions. Their decision to call police immediately after witnessing the shooting reflects both civic responsibility and the social conditioning of middle-class teenagers who trust law enforcement and expect appropriate response to criminal activity. The call to police dispatch at 9:58 p.m. initiates a response sequence that will bring multiple patrol units to Presidio Heights within minutes of the crime. The police response reveals both the strengths and weaknesses of urban law enforcement in 1969. Patrol units arrive quickly, but communication failures and jurisdictional confusion complicate the initial investigation. The first officers on scene focus on victim care and crime scene security, while subsequent units begin canvassing for witnesses and physical evidence. Officer Donald Fouke of the San Francisco Police Department, responding to the dispatch call, encounters a white male walking north on Jackson Street near the Presidio entrance, a sighting that may represent the closest any law enforcement officer comes to apprehending the Zodiac Killer. However, communication errors in the initial dispatch description cause Fouke to dismiss the individual as unrelated to the crime, allowing the killer to continue his escape. The miscommunication stems from the dispatcher's incorrect description of the suspect as a black male, causing responding officers to ignore white individuals in the vicinity of the crime scene. This error, resulting from witness confusion or dispatch mistakes, represents one of several near misses that will haunt the Zodiac investigation and fuel speculation about how close authorities came to solving the case. The crime scene investigation at Washington and Cherry Streets provides both valuable evidence and frustrating limitations. Paul Stein's body remains in the driver's seat where he died, his position and wounds allowing forensic specialists to reconstruct the shooting sequence with reasonable accuracy. The recovered bullet, damaged by impact but suitable for ballistics analysis, will eventually be linked to ammunition used in previous Zodiac attacks. The missing wallet and keys, combined with the cut shirt fabric, indicate robbery was not the primary motive, but that the killer sought trophies and evidence for future communications. The methodical nature of these actions, performed under time pressure with potential witnesses nearby, demonstrates the killer's confidence and suggests extensive prior planning. Fingerprint evidence from the taxi's interior provides both hope and frustration for investigators. While multiple prints are recovered from surfaces the killer would have touched, The overlapping impressions from previous passengers and the taxi's regular use complicate analysis. Clear, identifiable prints suitable for comparison with suspect records remain elusive, despite sophisticated forensic techniques. The investigation expands rapidly as San Francisco Police Department detectives recognize connections between the Presidio Heights shooting and the Zodiac's previous crimes in Vallejo and Napa counties. The .22 caliber weapon, the methodical approach, and the killer's apparent comfort with high-risk crime scenes create a pattern that links Paul Stine's murder to the Lake Herman Road, Blue Rock Springs, and Lake Berryessa attacks. Inspector Dave Toschi, who will become the lead San Francisco investigator on the Zodiac case, arrives at the Washington Street crime scene to begin the methodical work of evidence collection and witness interviews that defines major criminal investigations. His partnership with Inspector Bill Armstrong creates the investigative team that will pursue the Zodiac case with intensity and dedication that exceeds normal departmental expectations. The media response to Paul Stine's murder reflects both the increased sophistication of crime reporting in major urban markets and the public's growing fascination with serial crime. San Francisco newspapers provide detailed coverage that goes beyond simple reporting to include analysis, speculation, and editorial commentary about the implications of serial murder in America's most liberal city. The Zodiac's decision to strike in San Francisco, rather than the suburban communities of his previous attacks, represents both tactical evolution and symbolic escalation. By bringing his campaign of terror into the heart of Northern California's largest city, he demonstrates his ability to operate anywhere while targeting the urban sophistication that San Francisco represents in the American imagination. Paul E. Stine's funeral draws hundreds of mourners who remember him as a gentle intellectual whose commitment to education and literature represented the best aspirations of his generation. His death eliminates not just an individual life but the contributions he might have made to American letters through his teaching and writing. His unfinished dissertation, left incomplete on his apartment desk, becomes a monument to potential unrealized. The impact on San Francisco's taxi industry proves immediate and lasting. Yellow Cab Company implements new security procedures, including improved radio communication, modified shift schedules, and driver training programs designed to minimize occupational hazards. Other taxi companies follow suit, transforming an industry that had operated on trust and convenience into one focused on security and survival. The Presidio Heights murder also marks the beginning of the Zodiac's transformation from regional threat to national obsession. The urban setting, sophisticated victim, and brazen execution capture media attention throughout the country, establishing the case as a symbol of American society's vulnerability to random violence and criminal sophistication. As October 1969 continues, investigators work around the clock to process evidence and pursue leads generated by the Presidio Heights shooting. The combination of physical evidence, witness testimony, and forensic analysis provides the most comprehensive foundation for Zodiac investigation, but it also reveals the limitations of 1,960 seconds law enforcement technology in confronting a criminal who plans carefully and operates without obvious patterns. The killer, having successfully completed his most audacious attack, disappears into the San Francisco night as completely as if he had never existed. But he leaves behind more than just a body and crime scene evidence. He leaves the realization that no neighborhood is safe, no profession is immune, and no amount of wealth or education can protect against predators who choose their victims through logic known only to themselves. The fog that rolled through San Francisco on the 11th of October 1969 has long since dissipated, but its symbolic presence lingers over the Zodiac case like a reminder of how easily clarity can be obscured and truth can be hidden. In the heart of civilization, surrounded by prosperity and sophistication, a graduate student died for reasons that civilization cannot comprehend or prevent. The taxi meter still read $6.25 when police arrived, but the true cost of the ride continues to compound through decades of investigation, speculation, and fear. Washington and Cherry Streets return to their residential quiet, but they will forever carry the memory of the night when terror took a taxi ride through Presidio Heights and left behind questions that no amount of investigation has been able to answer. The Zodiac had come to San Francisco, and San Francisco would never be the same. In the newsroom of the San Francisco Chronicle, cigarette smoke mingles with the acrid smell of developing photographs and the constant clatter of typewriters. Paul Avery, crime reporter with the instincts of a bloodhound and the liver of a hard-drinking journalist, stares at the latest letter from the Zodiac Killer. This one is different, personal. "Peekaboo, you are doomed," it reads, accompanied by a Halloween card featuring a skeleton wielding a knife. The Zodiac has chosen Avery as his primary correspondent, transforming the reporter from observer to participant in a deadly game where the stakes are measured in column inches and body counts. The 14th of October, 1969. 3 days after Paul Stine's murder in Presidio Heights, the San Francisco Chronicle receives a letter that will forever alter the relationship between the Zodiac Killer and the press. The envelope, postmarked the 13th of October from San Francisco, contains not just another communication from the killer, but a piece of Paul Stine's blood-stained shirt, physical proof that the writer is indeed the murderer who has been terrorizing Northern California for nearly a year. Paul Avery, 41, represents the best and worst of American crime journalism in the late 1960 seconds. A veteran reporter who has covered everything from waterfront murders to political corruption, he possesses the investigative instincts and street connections that make him invaluable to a newspaper competing for readers in an increasingly crowded media market. His colleagues know him as someone who can find sources in unlikely places, who understands the criminal mentality without being corrupted by it, and who writes with the kind of vivid detail that makes crime stories read like literature. But Avery also embodies the personal costs that immersive crime reporting extracts from those who practice it professionally. His marriage has suffered under the pressure of irregular hours and the emotional toll of constant exposure to human violence. His drinking, while not yet interfering with his professional performance, provides the kind of chemical buffer that many crime reporters use to insulate themselves from the psychic damage that proximity to evil creates in sensitive individuals. The Chronicle newsroom in 1969 operates with the controlled chaos that characterizes major urban newspapers, before computerization and corporate consolidation transform journalism into a more sanitized profession. Reporters work at metal desks crowded together in a large room where telephone conversations mix with typewriter noise and the constant background hum of teletype machines delivering news from around the world. The atmosphere combines intellectual intensity with blue-collar practicality, attracting individuals who thrive on deadline pressure and competitive storytelling. Avery's desk, located near the city editor's office, serves as an informal command center for Chronicle crime coverage. His files contain contact information for police officers, defense attorneys, prosecutors, and the various characters who populate San Francisco's criminal underworld. His telephone rings constantly with tips, rumors, and official statements from law enforcement agencies whose public information officers recognize his influence on public opinion and criminal investigations. The 14th of October letter arrives during the morning mail delivery, mixed with the routine correspondence that flows into major newspapers, press releases, letters to the editor, promotional materials from businesses seeking coverage, and complaints from readers who disagree with editorial positions. But Avery recognizes immediately that this envelope is different. The block lettering, San Francisco postmark, and unusual thickness suggest communication from someone seeking serious attention rather than casual contact. Opening the envelope reveals contents that transform the Zodiac case from criminal investigation into personal threat. Along with a 3-page letter typed on the same manual typewriter used for previous communications, the package contains a 2-inch square of fabric cut from Paul Stine's shirt. The cloth, stained with dried blood and bearing traces of the taxi driver's final moments, serves as both authentication and taunt, proof that the writer is indeed the killer and evidence of his willingness to desecrate victims for purposes of psychological warfare. The letter itself represents the killer's most sophisticated communication yet, combining confession, threat, and media manipulation in language that reveals evolving psychological patterns and strategic thinking. This is the Zodiac speaking, it begins, using for the first time the self-chosen name that will make him one of history's most recognizable serial killers. The adoption of the Zodiac identity represents a crucial psychological development, transforming the killer from anonymous predator into branded personality with consistent messaging and visual identity. The confession portion of the letter provides details about the Presidio Heights murder that only the killer could know. "I am the murderer of the taxi driver over by Washington St. Plus Maple St. last night. To prove this, here is a bloody piece of his shirt. The casual tone, over by Washington Saint, contrasts sharply with the gravity of Murder Confession, revealing the emotional flatness that characterizes all Zodiac communications and suggests severe personality disorders or psychological detachment. But it is the threat that captures Avery's attention and transforms him from journalist to target. School children make nice targets. I think I shall wipe out a school bus some morning. Just shoot out the front tire plus, then pick off the kiddies as they come bouncing out. The specificity of the threat targeting children, using tactical knowledge about vehicle disabling, planning mass casualties represents an escalation from individual murders to potential mass terrorism that changes the entire character of the case. The letter continues with detailed descriptions of bomb-making techniques and plans for booby-trapping school buses, with explosives designed to maximize casualties among children. The technical knowledge displayed suggests either military, engineering, or amateur explosives experience that provides investigators with potential leads while terrifying parents throughout the Bay Area whose children ride school buses daily. Most personally threatening to Avery is the letter's conclusion, where the Zodiac shifts from general terrorism to specific menace. P.S. I hope you have fun trying to catch me. That wasn't me on the television show, which brings up a point about me. I am not afraid of the gas chamber because it will send me to paradise all the sooner, because I now have enough slaves to work for me, where everyone else has nothing when they reach paradise, so they are afraid of death. I am not afraid, because I know that my new life will be an easy one in paradise death. The reference to television show indicates that the killer monitors media coverage of his crimes and feels compelled to correct misrepresentations of his identity or methods. This media consciousness reveals someone whose primary motivation may be publicity and recognition rather than simple sadistic pleasure, suggesting investigative approaches that focus on attention-seeking personalities rather than traditional criminal profiles. The religious delusion that concludes the letter, the belief that murder victims become slaves in the afterlife, provides insights into the killer's psychological pathology, while explaining his apparent lack of remorse or fear of consequences. If the Zodiac genuinely believes that killing others enhances his eternal status, then traditional deterrents like legal punishment or social condemnation become irrelevant to his decision-making process. Avery's decision to publish portions of the letter, while withholding specific technical details about bomb-making and school bus attacks, reflects the ethical complexity that Zodiac communications create for responsible journalism. The public has a right to know about threats to their safety, but detailed publication of terrorist techniques might enable copycat crimes or provide instruction to disturbed individuals seeking similar notoriety. The Chronicle's coverage of the 14th of October letter establishes patterns of Zodiac reporting that will influence crime journalism for decades. Headlines emphasize the personal threat to citizens. Zodiac Killer threatens school children, while subheadings provide specific safety information. Parents urged to drive children to school. The combination of alarm and instruction reflects newspapers' dual role as information providers and community protectors. The public response to the school bus threats exceeds all previous reactions to Zodiac communications. Bay Area school districts immediately implement enhanced security measures, including police escorts for buses, modified routes to avoid isolated areas, and increased communication between drivers and dispatchers. Many parents choose to drive their children to school rather than risk bus transportation, creating traffic congestion and scheduling complications throughout the region. The psychological impact on children themselves proves particularly severe. Students who had previously viewed school buses as safe, familiar transportation now experience anxiety about potential attacks during their daily commutes. School counselors report increased behavioral problems, sleep disturbances, and academic performance declines among students whose fear of the Zodiac interferes with normal childhood development. Law enforcement response to the school bus threats involves coordination between multiple agencies whose jurisdictions cover different school districts throughout Northern California. The FBI enters the case officially for the first time, recognizing that threats against federal institutions, public schools receive federal funding, and potential domestic terrorism fall within bureau responsibilities rather than local law enforcement capabilities. The investigation into Avery's personal safety begins immediately after the letter's publication, as Chronicle's security personnel and San Francisco police assess the credibility of threats against the reporter. The decision to provide Avery with bodyguard protection reflects both institutional responsibility for employee safety and recognition that the Zodiac's escalation to personal threats represents a dangerous development in his proof. Psychological evolution. Avery's response to becoming a target reveals the complex psychology of crime reporters who must balance professional obligations with personal safety concerns. His continued aggressive coverage of the Zodiac case demonstrates commitment to journalistic principles, but colleagues note increasing paranoia, heightened alcohol consumption, and social withdrawal that suggest the psychological toll of being hunted by someone whose capacity for violence has been repeatedly demonstrated. The Halloween timing of the letter's arrival creates additional psychological pressure for families already traumatized by the Zodiac's crimes. The traditional celebration of costume wearing and door-to-door visits becomes fraught with dangers that parents struggle to evaluate rationally. Many neighborhoods cancel trick-or-treating activities, while others implement elaborate safety procedures that transform childhood fun into military-style operations. The Zodiac's choice to communicate directly with Avery, rather than police or other media outlets, reflects sophisticated understanding of journalism's competitive nature and individual reporters' career incentives. By establishing an exclusive relationship with the Chronicle's crime reporter, the killer ensures detailed coverage while creating pressure on competing newspapers to match the Chronicle's exclusive access to Zodiac communications. The authentication process for the 14th of October letter involves both forensic analysis of the shirt, fragment, and comparison of typewriter characteristics with previous communications. FBI laboratory analysis confirms that the fabric matches Paul Stein's shirt in fiber composition, blood type, and cutting pattern. Typewriter comparison reveals consistent key impressions and mechanical characteristics that link the letter to previous Zodiac communications with near certainty. The handwriting analysis of the envelope address provides additional investigative opportunities while revealing the killer's efforts to disguise his natural writing style. Experts note characteristics that might indicate left-handedness, artistic training, or deliberate misdirection, but the block lettering prevents definitive conclusions about the writer's background or psychology. The media ethics debate generated by Zodiac coverage intensifies as communications become more threatening and detailed. Journalism schools begin using the case as a teaching tool for discussing the balance between public information and public safety, while press organizations develop guidelines for handling communications from active criminals seeking publicity. The psychological profiling of the Zodiac based on his communications begins to incorporate insights from the emerging field of criminal psychology. FBI behavioral analysts note the killer's need for attention, his media sophistication, and his escalation from simple murder to threatened mass terrorism as indicators of specific personality disorders that might guide investigative strategies. Avery's investigation into the Zodiac case extends beyond passive reporting to active criminal investigation that blurs traditional boundaries between journalism and law enforcement. His development of sources within police departments, his independent analysis of crime scene evidence, and his pursuit of leads that official investigators might miss create a parallel investigation that sometimes advances the case while occasionally complicating official efforts. The Chronicle's circulation increases significantly during periods of intense Zodiac coverage, creating financial incentives for sensational reporting that may conflict with public safety considerations. The commercial success of crime coverage raises questions about media exploitation of public fear, while demonstrating the market demand for detailed information about serial crime. The copycat communications that follow the 14th of October letter force investigators and journalists to develop authentication procedures for distinguishing genuine Zodiac letters from hoaxes seeking similar attention. The success of the killer's media strategy attracts imitators whose false communications waste investigative resources while adding to public confusion about the case's progress. As October 1969 continues, Avery finds himself at the center of a media storm that exceeds anything in his professional experience. The combination of exclusive access to Zodiac communications, personal threats from a serial killer, and intense public interest in the case transforms him from regional crime reporter into national figure whose coverage influences how Americans understand and respond to serial crime. The relationship between the Zodiac and the press, as embodied in his correspondence with Avery, establishes precedents for criminal communication that persist into the digital age. The killer's understanding that media attention amplifies the psychological impact of his crimes, while providing personal satisfaction, demonstrates how mass communication can be weaponized by individuals seeking to terrorize entire populations. The 14th of October letter marks a turning point in the Zodiac case, transforming it from criminal investigation into media phenomenon that influences American culture beyond its immediate geographical boundaries. The killer has learned that words can be as powerful as bullets in generating fear, that threats can be more effective than actions in controlling behavior, and that the press can be manipulated into serving as unwitting accomplices in campaigns of psychological terrorism. Avery continues his coverage with the dedication of someone who recognizes that journalism serves democracy by informing citizens about threats to their safety, but he also carries the burden of knowing that his reporting provides the killer with exactly the kind of attention and recognition that seems to motivate his crimes. The ethical complexity of this relationship will haunt both Avery and the journalism profession for decades, as they struggle to balance public information with public safety in an age when criminals understand how to exploit media coverage for their own twisted purposes. The typewriter that produced the 14th of October letter will type again, producing communications that grow increasingly bizarre and threatening as the killer refines his media strategy and explores the boundaries of public tolerance for his twisted performances. But Paul Avery will never again be simply a reporter covering a story. He has become part of the story, a character in the Zodiac's ongoing theatre of terror, where the distinction between journalism and participation becomes dangerously blurred. The symbols dance across the page like ancient hieroglyphs, 340 characters arranged in neat rows that mock every attempt at solution. Unlike the 408-symbol cipher that Donald Harden cracked in hours, this new message from the Zodiac seems designed not to be solved, but to taunt. FBI cryptanalysts, CIA codebreakers, NSA mathematicians, America's finest minds in the art of secret communication, bend their intellects against these symbols and find only frustration. The 340 cipher becomes more than just a puzzle. It transforms into a weapon of mass psychological warfare, a reminder that somewhere in California, a killer sits laughing at humanity's greatest efforts to understand him. The 8th of November, 1969, the letter arrives at the San Francisco Chronicle with the same casual efficiency that has characterized all Zodiac communications, but this envelope contains something different, a cryptographic challenge that will confound experts for over half a century. Paul Avery, now accustomed to receiving personal correspondence from a serial killer, opens the package to find 3 pages of content that represent the most sophisticated encryption the Zodiac has yet produced. The first page contains a brief message typed on the killer's familiar manual typewriter. This is the Zodiac speaking. Though you would need a good laugh before you hear the bad news. You won't get the news for a while yet. P.S. Could you print this new cipher on your front page? I get awfully lonely when I am ignored. So lonely, I could do something desperate. The plea for attention reveals crucial aspects of the Zodiac's psychology, and his crimes appear motivated less by sadistic pleasure than by desperate need for recognition and public acknowledgement. The admission that he becomes lonely when ignored suggests that media coverage serves as psychological sustenance for someone whose capacity for human connection may be limited to these twisted communications with society through newspaper coverage. But it is the second page that captures immediate attention. 340 symbols arranged in 17 rows of 20 characters each, creating a perfect rectangle of encrypted text that appears far more complex than the previous 408-symbol cipher. Where the earlier puzzle used recognizable letters mixed with symbols, this cipher employs an elaborate system of invented characters, mathematical signs, astrological symbols, and geometric shapes that seem designed to defeat conventional cryptographic analysis. The visual impact of the 340 cipher is both beautiful and terrifying. The symbols form patterns that suggest deliberate artistic composition, while maintaining the mathematical precision required for functional encryption. Some characters appear multiple times in seemingly random positions, while others occur only once, creating frequency distributions that frustrate traditional analytical approaches. The overall effect resembles a work of abstract art created by someone with both aesthetic sensibilities and deep knowledge of cryptographic principles. Dr. Abraham Sinkov, the FBI's chief cryptanalyst and a veteran of World War II code-breaking operations, receives a copy of the cipher within hours of its publication in the Chronicle. Sinkov, whose team successfully broke Japanese diplomatic codes during the war, approaches the Zodiac puzzle with confidence, born from decades of experience with the most sophisticated encryption systems ever devised. His initial analysis suggests the cipher represents a polyalphabetic substitution system, a technique where individual letters are replaced by different symbols depending on their position in the message. The FBI Cryptanalytic and Translation Branch assigns a team of specialists to the 340 cipher, applying both manual techniques developed during wartime intelligence operations and early computer analysis capabilities available at the Bureau's Washington headquarters. The team works around the clock, testing every known cipher system against the Zodiac symbols while developing new analytical approaches specifically designed to crack this particular puzzle. At the National Security Agency, the 340 cipher receives attention normally reserved for foreign intelligence targets. NSA mathematicians, whose classified work involves breaking the most advanced Soviet and Chinese encryption systems, welcome the opportunity to apply their skills to a domestic challenge that can be discussed publicly without compromising national security operations. The agency's massive computer resources, among the most powerful in the world, begin systematic analysis of the cipher's mathematical properties. The Central Intelligence Agency, while primarily focused on international intelligence gathering, recognizes that the Zodiac case involves techniques and methodologies that might be relevant to understanding foreign terrorist organizations. CIA analysts study the killer's communication patterns, media manipulation strategies, and psychological warfare techniques as examples of how individual actors can leverage mass communication systems to create disproportionate social impact. Academic cryptographers at universities across the country begin working on the 340 cipher, both as intellectual challenge and as contribution to public safety. Mathematics departments at Stanford, UC Berkeley, Michigan T, and other institutions assign the puzzle to graduate students while professors apply their theoretical knowledge to practical code-breaking techniques. The cipher becomes a test case for emerging computer-based cryptographic analysis methods. Amateur enthusiasts, inspired by the Hardens' success with the 408 cipher, organize informal networks of puzzle solvers who coordinate their efforts through telephone calls, mailed correspondence, and meeting groups in major cities. Cryptographic hobbyists, many of whom learned basic techniques during military service or through popular puzzle magazines, to approach the 340 cipher with the unlimited time and obsessive dedication that professional analysts constrained by other responsibilities cannot match. The analysis begins with frequency counting, cataloging how often each symbol appears and looking for patterns that might reveal the underlying English text. Unlike the 408 cipher, where this approach quickly revealed common letters, the 340 cipher's frequency distribution appears almost random, suggesting either a more sophisticated encryption method or deliberate steps taken by the creator to defeat frequency analysis. Computer programmers at IBM, Burroughs, and other technology companies begin developing automated analysis tools specifically designed for the Zodiac cipher. Early mainframe computers, while primitive by later standards, possess the ability to perform thousands of substitution attempts per minute, testing combinations that would take human analysts years to complete manually. The cipher becomes one of the first criminal cases to receive serious computer-assisted investigation. Linguistic experts join the cryptographic effort, analyzing the Zodiac's previous communications for word patterns, vocabulary choices, and grammatical structures that might provide clues to the encrypted message's content. If analysts can predict what the killer might have written, they can work backward from probable plaintext to discover the encryption method used to create the ciphertext. The psychological profiling team at the FBI begins incorporating cryptographic analysis into their assessment of the Zodiac's mental state and capabilities. The construction of a 340-symbol cipher requires significant time, patience, and mathematical knowledge characteristics that provide insights into the killer's education, occupation, and personality traits. Someone capable of creating such complex puzzles likely possesses above-average intelligence and may work in technical fields requiring precision and attention to detail. Religious scholars and theologians study the cipher for occult symbols or esoteric meanings that might reflect the killer's spiritual beliefs or psychological obsessions. The Zodiac's previous references to collecting slaves for the afterlife suggest interest in religious or mystical concepts that might influence his choice of encryption symbols. Some characters in the cipher resemble astrological signs, mathematical constants, or symbols from various religious traditions. Graphologists analyze the handwritten symbols for clues about the creator's personality and background. While the cipher appears to be primarily typed or printed, some characters show variations that might indicate hand drawing or modification. The consistency of symbol formation suggests someone with artistic ability or drafting experience who takes pride in visual presentation. Months pass without breakthrough, then years. The 340 cipher becomes a legendary unsolved puzzle that attracts new generations of amateur and professional cryptographers. Mathematics professors assign it as classroom exercises. Puzzle magazines reprint it for their readers. Computer science students use it to test new analytical algorithms. The cipher achieves a cultural status that transcends its origins as evidence in a criminal case. The emergence of personal computers in the 1980 seconds brings new analytical capabilities to cipher-solving efforts. Enthusiasts write programs that can test thousands of decryption keys automatically, searching for combinations that produce recognizable English text. Bulletin board systems and early internet forums allow cryptographers worldwide to share theories and coordinate their efforts in ways that were impossible during the original investigation. Professional cryptographers begin incorporating lessons learned from the 340 cipher into their understanding of encryption, security, and code-breaking methodology. The cipher's resistance to traditional analytical approaches demonstrates that even relatively simple encryption methods can defeat sophisticated analysis if properly designed. Academic papers are written about the mathematical properties that make the cipher so difficult to solve. Law enforcement agencies studying the cipher begin to understand that the Zodiac's primary goal may not be communication, but demonstration of intellectual superiority over authorities and the public. If the cipher is unsolvable, either because it contains no meaningful message or because the encryption method is fundamentally flawed, then its purpose is psychological rather than informational. The killer may be more interested in proving his cleverness than in conveying specific threats or confessions. The cultural impact of the unsolved cipher extends far beyond the criminal investigation. The 340 cipher becomes a symbol of human, intellectual limitation, a reminder that some puzzles may be designed not to be solved but to frustrate attempts at solution. It represents the possibility that not all mysteries yield to rational analysis, that some secrets are meant to remain secret. Conspiracy theorists begin developing elaborate explanations for the cipher's content and meaning, suggesting that it contains everything from the killer's real name to predictions of future attacks to instructions for summoning supernatural entities. These theories, while lacking factual foundation, demonstrate the psychological power that unsolved mysteries exert over human imagination and the human need to find patterns and meaning even in potentially meaningless data. The cipher becomes a touchstone for discussions about the nature of intelligence, the limits of computer analysis, and the relationship between creator and solver in cryptographic challenges. Academic conferences feature presentations about the 340 cipher's mathematical properties. Books are written about its place in cryptographic history. Documentary films explore the obsessions it creates among those who attempt to solve it. As decades pass, the 340 cipher accumulates a mythology that transforms it from evidence to artifact. Original copies become valuable collector's items. Reproduction posters hang in mathematics departments and computer science laboratories. The symbols themselves become iconographic, instantly recognizable to anyone familiar with American true crime history. Professional cryptographers working on classified government projects sometimes use the 340 cipher as a training exercise, testing new analytical techniques against a puzzle whose solution, if any exists, remains unknown. The cipher provides a useful benchmark for measuring the effectiveness of code-breaking methods, because success would be immediately recognizable while failure teaches valuable lessons about analytical limitations. Amateur investigators continue their efforts with religious dedication, often spending decades pursuing theories that lead nowhere. Online forums devoted to the cipher attract thousands of members who share theories, debate methodologies, and celebrate small discoveries that might represent progress toward solution. The community of cipher enthusiasts becomes a subculture with its own language, traditions, and hierarchy based on analytical contributions. The psychological profile of people drawn to the 340 cipher reveals common characteristics: high intelligence, obsessive personality traits, comfort with abstract thinking, a need for intellectual challenge that exceeds what normal life provides. Many cipher enthusiasts are professionals in technical fields who find the puzzle provides creative outlet and intellectual stimulation that their careers may lack. Educational institutions begin using the 340 cipher as a teaching tool for courses in cryptography, mathematics, computer science, and criminal justice. Students learn analytical techniques by applying them to this real-world challenge, while professors use the cipher's history to illustrate concepts about problem-solving, persistence, and intellectual humility. The media continues to report on cipher-solving attempts, particularly when new analytical approaches or computer technologies offer hope for breakthrough. Television documentaries, newspaper articles, and magazine features regularly revisit the cipher, introducing new generations to the challenge while keeping public interest alive decades after the original crimes. Then, on the 11th of December 2020, 51 years after its creation, the impossible happens. A team of amateur cryptographers working with advanced computer analysis finally cracks the 340 cipher. David Oranchak, a computer programmer, Jarl van Eyck, a Belgian warehouse worker, and Sam Blake, an Australian mathematician working independently but sharing information online, discover that the cipher uses a complex transposition, the method that scrambles the symbols' positions before applying substitution encryption. The solution reveals a message that is both anticlimactic and chilling. I hope you are having lots of fun trying to catch me. That wasn't me on the television show, which brings up a point about me. I am not afraid of the gas chamber because it will send me to paradise all the sooner, because I now have enough slaves to work for me where everyone else has nothing when they reach paradise, so they are afraid of death. I am not afraid because I know that my new life will be an easy one in paradise death. The decoded message contains the same religious delusions and media consciousness that characterized other Zodiac communications, but it provides no new clues about the killer's identity or location. The cipher's primary purpose appears to have been the demonstration of intellectual superiority and the creation of a puzzle that would occupy investigators and enthusiasts for decades. The successful solution validates both the persistence of amateur investigators and the power of modern analytical techniques, while raising new questions about the killer's motivations and methods. If the Zodiac intended the cipher to be solvable, his mathematical skills were more sophisticated than previously believed. If he intended it to be unsolvable, then 51 years of failed attempts represent exactly the kind of intellectual frustration he sought to create. The 340 cipher stands as monument to human obsession with pattern recognition and meaning-making, a cryptographic challenge that consumed countless hours of analytical effort, while serving primarily as psychological warfare against a society the killer viewed as intellectually inferior. Its eventual solution provides closure to one of history's most famous unsolved puzzles, while opening new chapters in the ongoing investigation of America's most notorious unidentified serial killer. The symbols that once danced mockingly across the page now yield their secrets to mathematical analysis and computational power, but they also serve as permanent reminder of how a single individual's twisted creativity can create challenges that endure far longer than the crimes that inspired them. The 340 cipher transformed mathematics into murder weapon, turning human curiosity and need for understanding into instruments of psychological torture that operated across decades. In the end, the cipher accomplished exactly what its creator intended. It demonstrated that fear can be encoded in symbols, that terror can be transmitted through mathematical relationships, and that sometimes the most effective way to hurt people is not to kill their bodies but to torment their minds with puzzles designed to have no solution or solutions that come too late to matter. The yellow school buses roll through California's morning fog like mechanical caterpillars, carrying their precious cargo of children to schools across the Bay Area. Parents wave goodbye from doorsteps, never imagining that somewhere in the darkness, a killer is drafting letters that will transform these daily rituals into exercises in terror. The Zodiac's correspondence grows darker, more ambitious. Individual murders are no longer sufficient to feed his hunger for attention. Now he threatens mass casualties, promising to kill a school bus full of children with a bomb of his own design, complete with detailed diagrams and a timer that will turn yellow metal into a crematorium. The 9th of November 1969. One day after mailing the 340 cipher, the Zodiac sits at his typewriter again, but this time his message carries a different kind of malice. Where previous communications focused on past crimes or cryptographic challenges, this letter looks toward future atrocities that dwarf anything he has previously contemplated. The envelope, addressed to the San Francisco Chronicle in the now familiar block lettering, contains 7 pages of detailed terrorist planning that will traumatize an entire generation of California parents. This is the Zodiac speaking. The letter begins with the ritual identification that has become his signature, but the tone that follows is more focused and determined than his previous rambling confessions. Up to the end of Oct, I have killed 7 people. I have grown rather angry with the police for their telling lies about me, so I shall change my way of collecting slaves. I shall no longer announce to anyone when I commit my murders. They shall look like routine robberies, killings of anger, plus a few fake accidents, etc. The threat to abandon his established pattern of communication represents a fundamental shift in the killer's psychology and methodology. Where previous Zodiac crimes were designed to generate maximum publicity and demonstrate his superiority over law enforcement, this new strategy suggests someone whose primary goal has evolved from recognition to revenge against authorities who have told lies about him. But it is the second paragraph that transforms regional anxiety into national terror. The only thing you need to worry about is in the near future. If I do not get satisfaction, I will use the school bus. But not the way you think. I shall set the bomb up in the Mount Diablo area, plus I will pick off the kiddies as they come bouncing out. The specificity of this threat targeting children, using explosives, selecting a particular geographical location demonstrates planning and preparation that exceeds anything in the killer's previous communications. Mount Diablo, a 3,849-foot peak in Contra Costa County, provides elevated terrain with clear sightlines that would allow sniper fire against targets below, while offering multiple escape routes through wilderness areas that law enforcement would struggle to secure. The letter continues with technical details that reveal disturbing knowledge of explosives and tactical operations. If you cops think I'm going to take on a bus the conventional way, you deserve to have holes in your head. Take 1 bag of ammonium nitrate fertilizer, plus 1 gal of stove oil, plus spread this on the road some night. Then light it off the next morning, ba-bang, 1 school bus. The bomb-making instructions, while simplified, demonstrate genuine understanding of explosive principles and readily available materials. Ammonium nitrate, commonly used in agricultural fertilizer, becomes dangerous when mixed with fuel oil and provides the foundation for improvised explosive devices that have been used in terrorist attacks throughout history. The killer's knowledge suggests either military experience, industrial background, or extensive research into demolitions techniques. More disturbing are the tactical details that follow. If I get mad enough, I will just charge straight into a schoolyard, plus mow down all the kiddies with a machine gun. It would be a sight that would be seen for years and years. The reason I'm telling you this is that up to now I have been nice, and that's the way I hope it will remain. But if you don't stop lying about me, I will have to become very angry. The threat of mass shooting in a school environment predates by decades the kind of attacks that would later terrorize American education. In 1969, school violence typically involves individual disputes rather than planned mass casualties. The Zodiac's vision of systematic slaughter represents a new category of terrorism that law enforcement agencies are unprepared to prevent or investigate. The psychological impact of these threats extends far beyond their potential for actual implementation. By targeting children, society's most vulnerable and protected members, the killer strikes at fundamental assumptions about safety and security that undergird civilized life. Parents who send children to school each morning must now consider possibilities that previous generations never imagined. The immediate response from Bay Area school districts reflects both the seriousness of the threats and the limitations of 1,960-second security capabilities. Contra Costa County schools, closest to the Mount Diablo area, mentioned specifically in the letter, implement emergency procedures, including police escorts for buses traveling through isolated areas, modified routes that avoid potential sniper positions, and increased communication between drivers and dispatchers. The Pittsburgh Unified School District, whose buses regularly travel roads near Mount Diablo, It makes the unprecedented decision to cancel bus service entirely for several days, while law enforcement agencies assess the credibility of threats and develop security protocols. Thousands of students must find alternative transportation to school, creating logistical nightmares for parents and educational disruption that affects academic schedules throughout the region. Other school districts implement less dramatic but still significant security measures. Armed guards on select buses, police patrol cars following buses through high-risk areas, and radio equipment that allows immediate communication with law enforcement during emergencies. The cost of these measures strains educational budgets, while creating an atmosphere of siege mentality that transforms routine transportation into military-style operations. The psychological impact on children themselves proves particularly severe and long-lasting. Students who previously viewed school buses as safe, familiar transportation now experience daily anxiety about potential attacks during their commutes. School psychologists report increased behavioral problems, sleep disturbances, academic performance declines, and social withdrawal among students whose fear of the Zodiac interferes with normal childhood development. Parents face impossible choices between protecting their children and maintaining normal family routines. Many choose to drive children to school personally, creating traffic congestion around schools and placing financial burdens on families who must rearrange work schedules. Others organize carpools with neighbors, creating informal security networks based on the principle that multiple adults provide better protection than isolated individuals. The law enforcement response requires coordination between agencies whose jurisdictions cover different school districts throughout Northern California. The California Highway Patrol takes primary responsibility for bus route security, while local police departments handle school site protection and FBI agents coordinate intelligence gathering about the Zodiac's capabilities and intentions. The Mount Diablo area receives particular attention from investigators, who recognize that the killer's specific mention of this location might provide clues to his familiarity with local geography or his residence within the col. The region. Search teams scour the mountain's trails and access roads looking for evidence of reconnaissance or weapons caches, while surveillance teams monitor known vantage points for suspicious activity. The technical analysis of the bomb-making instructions reveals both the killer's knowledge and his limitations. Explosives experts confirm that the ammonium nitrate and fuel oil combination would indeed create a powerful blast capable of destroying school buses and killing passengers, but they also note tactical problems with the described methodology that suggests the killer's theoretical knowledge may exceed his practical experience. The threat assessment process involves behavioral analysts attempting to determine whether the Zodiac actually intends to carry out mass attacks against children, or whether these communications represent psychological warfare designed to generate fear without requiring actual implementation. The killer's pattern of making dramatic threats while continuing his established methodology of individual murders suggests someone whose primary satisfaction comes from creating terror rather than implementing the specific atrocities he describes. Child psychologists throughout California begin dealing with trauma symptoms in students who have never directly encountered violence, but whose sense of safety has been shattered by knowledge that someone wants to kill them specifically, because they are children. The concept of targeted innocents being hunted not for anything they have done but simply for existing creates psychological damage that manifests in nightmares, school phobias, and generalized anxiety that affects entire families. The media coverage of school bus threats creates its own ethical dilemmas for journalists attempting to balance public safety information with responsible reporting that doesn't amplify terrorist messaging. Newspapers must decide whether publishing bomb-making instructions serves public interest or provides dangerous information to potential copycat criminals seeking similar notoriety. Television news coverage proves particularly problematic, as visual media seeking dramatic imagery often show school buses, children boarding vehicles, and security measures in ways that might help potential attackers identify vulnerable targets or effective attack methods. News directors struggle to inform viewers about threats, while avoiding coverage that inadvertently provides terrorist reconnaissance. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit begins developing profiles of individuals capable of threatening mass violence against children, recognizing that such threats require psychological characteristics different from those associated with individual serial killing. The analysis suggests someone whose antisocial tendencies have expanded beyond personal gratification to include ideological hatred of society itself. The investigation into the killer's knowledge of explosives focuses on identifying individuals with military, mining, construction, or agricultural backgrounds who would have legitimate access to ammonium nitrate and experience with PICE, controlled explosions. The suspect pool expands to include veterans of recent military conflicts who might have learned demolitions techniques during service in Vietnam or other combat zones. Educational security experts begin developing threat assessment protocols specifically designed for school environments, recognizing that traditional law enforcement approaches may be inadequate for protecting institutions designed to be open and accessible to community members. The concept of hardening schools against terrorist attack begins to emerge, though it will not become widespread for several more decades. The community response reveals both the best and worst of American civic culture under stress. Neighborhood watch groups form spontaneously to provide additional security for school areas, while vigilante mentalities emerge among some residents who view any stranger or unusual behavior as potentially linked to Zodiac threats. The balance between appropriate caution and paranoid overreaction becomes a constant challenge for community leaders. Religious organizations throughout the Bay Area begin offering special services and counseling programs designed to help families cope with fears about their children's safety. Churches, synagogues, and other faith communities provide both spiritual comfort and practical support, including volunteer driver programs and after-school supervision for students whose parents work during afternoon hours. The economic impact of Zodiac fears extends beyond direct security costs to include decreased property values in areas perceived as high risk, reduced enrollment at schools located near potential attack sites, and business losses among companies whose employees must accommodate modified transportation schedules. The killer's threats generate financial consequences that affect entire communities rather than just immediate victims. As November 1969 continues without actual attacks on school buses, some investigators begin to interpret the threats as successful psychological warfare that achieves the killer's apparent goals without requiring him to risk the additional exposure that mass violence would entail. The absence of follow-through suggests someone whose primary satisfaction comes from creating fear rather than implementing the specific atrocities he describes. But the threats also establish new categories of anxiety that will persist long after the original Zodiac case fades from headlines. The concept of schools as potential terrorist targets, children as strategic victims, and mass transportation as vulnerable infrastructure enters American consciousness in ways that influence security planning and parental behavior for generations. The school bus threats represent the Zodiac's most successful psychological operation, generating terror that affects millions of people while requiring no additional murders or direct confrontation with law enforcement. By targeting society's most precious and protected members, the killer demonstrates understanding of leverage points that maximize social disruption while minimizing personal risk. The yellow buses continue their daily routes through California communities, but they now carry more than children. They carry the knowledge that innocence itself has become a target, that someone views childhood as an opportunity rather than a protection, and that the familiar rituals of education and family life can be weaponized by individuals whose capacity for evil exceeds normal human understanding. The fog that rolls through the Bay Area on November mornings no longer seems like romantic atmosphere. It becomes potential concealment for snipers and bomb makers, whose detailed plans for mass murder have transformed natural beauty into tactical terrain. The Zodiac has achieved his most ambitious goal, making an entire society afraid of its own children's daily journey to learn, grow, and become the adults who must somehow find ways to protect innocence in the world where innocence itself has become a weapon of psychological warfare. In the sterile fluorescent light of police interview rooms across California, men sit facing detectives who ask the same questions over and over. Where were you on the 20th of December 1968? Do you own a gun? Can you explain these coincidences? The most famous sits with the calm demeanor of someone accustomed to suspicion. Arthur Leigh Allen, a former elementary school teacher whose life reads like a catalogue of disturbing coincidences. There are others, Richard Gaikowski, Lawrence Kane, Ross Sullivan, men whose lives intersect with the Zodiac's timeline in ways that seem too deliberate to be chance, yet too circumstantial to prove guilt. They are the suspects, the maybe monsters, the men who carry the burden of suspicion without the relief of resolution. December 1969. As the year that birthed the Zodiac draws to a close, investigators across Northern California find themselves drowning in a sea of tips, theories, and potential suspects that threaten to overwhelm their analytical capabilities. Every day brings new phone calls from citizens convinced they know the killer's identity, new letters from amateur detectives offering solutions, and new leads that must be investigated despite limited resources and manpower. The Zodiac case has created a participatory investigation where thousands of people believe they can solve crimes that professional law enforcement has failed to crack. Arthur Leigh Allen emerges from this chaos of speculation, not through dramatic revelation, but through the slow accumulation of circumstantial evidence that builds like storm clouds on a summer afternoon. At first, he is simply one name among hundreds in investigative files, a Vallejo resident flagged by an acquaintance who noticed disturbing behavior patterns and suspicious timing. But as detectives dig deeper into Allen's background, they discover a constellation of coincidences that transforms routine background, checks into obsessive surveillance. Born in 1933, Allen represents the post-war generation that came of age during America's most prosperous and optimistic decades. His childhood in Vallejo unfolds with the apparent normalcy that characterizes middle-class American families: stable home, adequate income, educational opportunities that promise upward mobility through hard work and conventional success. But beneath this suburban facade, psychological currents flow that will eventually surface in ways that attract the attention of homicide investigators. Allen's educational background reveals both intellectual capability and personal instability that creates patterns recognizable to investigators familiar with criminal psychology. He attends California Polytechnic State University, where he studies biological sciences with apparent plans for a teaching career. His academic performance suggests above-average intelligence, combined with the kind of methodical thinking that characterizes successful students in technical fields. But Allen's transition from student to professional educator proves problematic in ways that generate the first official documentation of behavioral concerns. His employment as an elementary school teacher in the Calaveras County school system begins promisingly, but ends abruptly when administrators receive complaints about inappropriate behavior towards students. The specific nature of these complaints remains sealed in personnel files, but the pattern of adult authority figures expressing concerns about Allen's interactions with children creates the first entry in what becomes an extensive investigative dossier. The timing of Allen's dismissal from teaching coincides suspiciously with the beginning of the Zodiac's criminal activity. In 1968, while the Lake Herman Road murders shock Vallejo residents, Allen finds himself unemployed and increasingly isolated from the conventional social structures that provide stability and purpose for most adults. Investigators will later note that this period of professional crisis and social disconnection corresponds exactly with the emergence of Northern California's most notorious serial killer. Detective George Baywart of the Sonoma County Sheriff's Department becomes the first investigator to focus seriously on Allen as a Zodiac suspect. Bawart's initial interest stems from a tip received in 1971 from Donald Cheney, Allen's former friend, who reports disturbing conversations that took place before the Zodiac murders began. According to Cheney, Allen discussed plans to hunt humans for sport, to attach a flashlight to a gun barrel for night shooting, and to call himself Zodiac, while taunting police with letters and phone calls. The Cheney allegations prove both tantalizing and frustrating for investigators seeking concrete evidence against Allen. The conversations allegedly occurred in 1968, before the Zodiac murders began, suggesting either remarkable coincidence or genuine foreknowledge of crimes yet to be committed. But the allegations come from a single source whose motivations and reliability remain questionable, creating the evidential ambiguity that will characterize the entire Allen investigation. Bawart's background investigation reveals additional coincidences that seem too numerous to be accidental. Allen owns a .22 caliber handgun of the same type used in Zodiac murders. He possesses extensive knowledge of cryptography gained through military service and amateur radio operation. His work schedule during the period of the crimes provides flexibility and free time that would allow criminal activity. Most significantly, he lives within the geographical area where all confirmed Zodiac attacks occurred. The physical description provided by Zodiac witnesses matches Allen's appearance with uncomfortable precision. At approximately 5'8" and 200 pounds, with a stocky build and receding hairline, he fits the profile developed from eyewitness accounts at Blue Rock, Springs, and Lake Berryessa. His calm demeanor and educated speech patterns align with descriptions of the killer's controlled behavior during attacks and phone communications with police. Allen's personal interests and hobbies create additional circumstantial connections to the Zodiac case. His fascination with astrology and astronomical phenomena might explain the killer's choice of zodiacal identity and symbol. His experience as a scuba diver and small aircraft pilot demonstrates familiarity with technical equipment and navigation skills that could facilitate complex criminal planning and execution. The most damaging evidence against Allen emerges from search warrants executed at his Vallejo residence in 1972 and 1991. While these searches fail to discover smoking gun evidence like Zodiac letters or murder weapons, they reveal a disturbing collection of materials that investigators interpret as consistent with serial killer behavior. Photographs of children, weapons, explosive materials, and handwriting samples create a circumstantial case that seems compelling despite lacking definitive proof. But Allen also possesses the intelligence and legal sophistication that allows him to navigate investigative attention without providing authorities with prosecutable evidence. His responses during interrogations demonstrate familiarity with criminal procedure and constitutional rights that suggests either innocence or careful preparation for police scrutiny. He provides alibis for some Zodiac crimes while remaining evasive about others, creating a pattern of cooperation and obstruction that frustrates investigators. The psychological profile that emerges from decades of Allen surveillance reveals a complex individual whose surface normality masks deeper disturbances. Neighbors describe him as quiet, intelligent, and helpful someone who maintains his property and assists elderly residents with home repairs. But former associates paint a darker picture of someone fascinated with violence, contemptuous of authority, and capable of frightening mood swings that suggest underlying psychological instability. Richard Gaikowski represents a different category of Zodiac suspect, the insider, with potential access to investigative information and media coverage that could facilitate the killer's apparent knowledge of police procedures and press operations. A former newspaper employee and counterculture figure, Gaikowski possesses the writing skills, media connections, and bohemian lifestyle that might explain the Zodiac's sophisticated communication strategies and apparent familiarity with journalism practices. Gaikowski's physical appearance and personal history align with aspects of the Zodiac profile, while differing from Allen's characteristics in ways that demonstrate the investigative challenges created by witness descriptions that conflict or remain vague. Taller and thinner than Allen, Gaikowski fits some eyewitness accounts better than others, illustrating the limitations of human perception under stress and the difficulties of building cases based primarily on physical identification. The investigation into Gaikowski reveals a troubled individual whose personal problems and substance abuse issues create both motive for violent behavior and explanations for erratic conduct that might otherwise be interpreted as suspicious. His employment at newspapers provides theoretical access to inside information about the Zodiac investigation, but his marginal status and reliability problems make him an unlikely candidate for receiving confidential police briefings. Lawrence Kane emerges as a Zodiac suspect through the intersection of physical similarity, geographical connection, and psychological instability that characterizes many individuals flagged during the investigation. A former military serviceman with a history of brain injury and violent behavior, Kane possesses the technical knowledge and emotional volatility that investigators associate with serial killer profiles. Kane's brain injury, sustained in a 1962 automobile accident, coincides with the beginning of behavioral changes that alienate family members and create a pattern of increasingly antisocial conduct. The timing of this neurological trauma provides a potential explanation for the sudden emergence of homicidal tendencies in someone whose earlier life showed no signs of violent criminal behavior. The investigation into Kane reveals the challenges that mental health issues create for criminal investigators attempting to distinguish between correlation and causation in suspect development. While brain injury can indeed contribute to violent behavior, millions of people suffer similar trauma without becoming serial killers, making Kane's medical history suggestive but not conclusive evidence of criminal culpability. Ross Sullivan represents the academic suspect, a college student whose intellectual capabilities, social isolation, and documented mental health problems create a profile that aligns with FBI behavioral analysis of the Zodiac personality. Sullivan's enrollment at Riverside City College during the period when Cherry Jo Bates was murdered establishes geographical and temporal connections that investigators find compelling. Sullivan's physical description matches some Zodiac witness accounts, while his academic background in library science provides familiarity with research techniques and information systems that might explain the killer's apparent knowledge of diverse subjects including cryptography, explosives, and police procedures. His documented history of mental illness and social withdrawal creates behavioral patterns consistent with the isolation and grandiosity that characterize many serial killers. The investigation into Sullivan illustrates the difficulties that mental health considerations create for law enforcement agencies, attempting to balance public safety concerns with individual rights and privacy protections. Sullivan's psychiatric treatment records remain largely sealed, preventing investigators from accessing information that might either incriminate or exonerate him definitively. The collective investigation of these and dozens of other Zodiac suspects reveals patterns in both criminal behavior and investigative methodology that influence how law enforcement agencies approach serial crime cases. The Zodiac investigation becomes a laboratory for developing behavioral profiling techniques, geographic analysis methods, and multi-jurisdictional cooperation protocols that will be applied to future cases. The technological limitations of 1,960 seconds and 1,970 seconds investigation create frustrations that persist throughout the case. Fingerprint analysis, while sophisticated for its era, cannot definitively link suspects to crime scene evidence. DNA analysis does not yet exist. Computer databases for tracking criminal behavior and suspect information remain primitive. Investigators must rely primarily on witness testimony, circumstantial evidence, and intuitive psychology to build cases against suspects. The media attention surrounding Zodiac suspects creates additional challenges for investigators attempting to maintain case integrity while managing public expectations for arrests and prosecution. High-profile suspects like Allen become celebrities in true crime communities whose amateur investigations sometimes advance and sometimes complicate official law enforcement efforts. The psychological impact on the suspects themselves reveals the human cost of prolonged criminal investigation in high-profile cases. Men like Allen, Gaikowski, Kane, and Sullivan find their lives permanently altered by suspicion that follows them through decades of surveillance, interrogation, and public speculation about their potential guilt. The presumption of innocence becomes practically meaningless when circumstantial evidence creates lasting associations with notorious crimes. Allen's death in 1992 effectively ends the most promising line of Zodiac investigation while leaving fundamental questions about his guilt or innocence forever unresolved. His final years are marked by continued police surveillance and media attention that transforms him into a living symbol of the case's frustrating inconclusiveness. His refusal to confess or provide definitive evidence of innocence maintains the ambiguity that characterizes every aspect of the Zodiac investigation. The investigation files accumulated over decades of suspect development create a massive archive of human behavior under suspicion that reveals as much about the investigators as about those they investigate. Police officers, FBI agents, and amateur detectives develop obsessive relationships with the case that influence their personal lives and professional careers in ways that extend far beyond normal criminal investigation. The genealogical databases that emerge in the 21st century provide new opportunities for suspect identification, while creating additional complications for investigators whose traditional methods prove inadequate for modern forensic techniques. The application of genetic genealogy to Zodiac evidence yields new suspect names while failing to definitively identify the killer, perpetuating the cycle of investigation and speculation that has characterized the case for over half a century. As investigative attention shifts between suspects over the decades, patterns emerge that reveal more about the nature of suspicion than about the identity of the Zodiac Killer. Each suspect represents different aspects of the investigative community's evolving understanding of serial crime, behavioral psychology, and criminal motivation. Allen embodies the local suspect with extensive circumstantial connections. Gaikowski represents the media insider with specialized knowledge. Kane illustrates the damaged individual whose trauma might explain violent behavior. Sullivan typifies the intelligent loner whose social isolation masks potential dangerousness. The gallery of Zodiac suspects ultimately functions as a mirror, reflecting society's fears about the kinds of people who might be capable of serial murder. These men become repositories for anxieties about hidden violence, secret pathology, and the possibility that neighbors, co-workers, or acquaintances might harbor homicidal impulses invisible to casual observation. The investigation continues, but the faces behind the crosshairs remain obscured by time, circumstance, and the fundamental limitations of human knowledge about human nature. Each suspect carries pieces of the puzzle, but none provides the complete picture that would transform speculation into certainty, suspicion into conviction, or mystery into solved case. The fluorescent lights continue to hum in interview rooms where new suspects face familiar questions, where investigators pursue leads that may lead nowhere, and where the hope for resolution competes with the growing recognition that some mysteries are designed to remain mysterious. The Zodiac watches from behind every suspect's face while hiding behind none of them, a ghost in the machine of criminal investigation that proves more elusive than the most sophisticated analytical techniques can capture. Evil, like disease, proves contagious. Across California and beyond, men with their own dark appetites watch the Zodiac's media campaign with admiration and envy. If one man can terrorize an entire region with nothing more than a gun and a typewriter, why not others? The copycats emerge from the shadows, some seeking fame, others using the Zodiac's methods to cover their own crimes. False confessions flood police stations as attention seekers claim responsibility for murders they never committed. The real terror lies not just in the original killer, but in the realization that his success has inspired others to pick up where he left off. January 1970. The new decade dawns across America, with the Zodiac Killer firmly established in the national consciousness as a symbol of random violence and criminal sophistication. His letters have been reprinted in newspapers from coast to coast. His ciphers challenge amateur cryptographers throughout the country. His methodology has been analyzed by law enforcement agencies seeking to prevent similar crimes in their own jurisdictions. But this widespread publicity creates an unintended consequence that investigators are only beginning to recognize. The Zodiac's success at generating fear and media attention serves as inspiration for disturbed individuals who seek similar notoriety through imitation and false association. The phenomenon begins with letters, dozens, then hundreds of communications arriving at police departments and newspaper offices throughout the western United States, from individuals claiming to be the Zodiac Killer or his associates. These copycat letters range from obvious hoaxes written by attention-seeking pranksters to sophisticated forgeries that require expert analysis to distinguish from authentic Zodiac communications. Each letter demands investigative resources and creates public anxiety while diluting the significance of genuine evidence in the case. Detective Dave Toschi of the San Francisco Police Department finds himself spending increasing amounts of time authenticating Zodiac communications rather than pursuing leads about the original crimes. His desk accumulates stacks of copycat letters that arrive daily, each requiring comparison with known Zodiac handwriting samples, typewriter analysis, and content evaluation to determine authenticity. The process becomes a full-time occupation that diverts attention from more promising investigative approaches. The psychology behind false Zodiac confessions reveals disturbing insights into human nature and the relationship between media coverage and criminal behavior. Many false confessors appear motivated by simple, attention-seeking, lonely individuals who crave recognition and notoriety that normal achievements have failed to provide. Others seem driven by identification with power and fear, seeking to associate themselves with someone whose crimes have generated widespread terror and fascination. More troubling are the individuals who use Zodiac-inspired techniques to commit original crimes while attempting to deflect investigation through false attribution. These authentic criminals recognize that investigators overwhelmed by Zodiac copycat activity might dismiss additional crimes as more imitation rather than genuine violence. The Zodiac's reputation becomes a shield that allows other killers to operate with reduced scrutiny. The first confirmed copycat murder occurs in Riverside County in March 1970, when the body of a young woman is discovered with wounds and positioning that deliberately echo the Zodiac's established methodology. A letter claiming responsibility arrives at the Riverside Press Enterprise newspaper within days, typed on a manual typewriter and containing details about the crime scene that only the killer could know. But handwriting analysis reveals subtle differences from authentic Zodiac communications, and the crime's geographical location outside the killer's established territory suggests imitation rather than authentic series continuation. Detective Captain Irv Cross leads the Riverside investigation and quickly recognizes that his case involves a copycat killer rather than the original Zodiac. The crime scene evidence reveals someone familiar with Zodiac methodology, but lacking the psychological characteristics and technical sophistication that define the authentic crimes. The positioning of the victim appears staged rather than natural, and the letter writing demonstrates deliberate imitation of Zodiac style rather than the authentic psychological patterns that characterize genuine communications. The identification of copycat crimes creates new, analytical challenges for investigators who must distinguish between authentic series murders and imitative violence that borrows Zodiac techniques without representing continuation of the original killer's campaign. This analysis requires deep understanding of the psychological and behavioral patterns that define serial crime, expertise that most local law enforcement agencies lack during the early 1970s. The Federal Bureau of Investigation becomes increasingly involved in copycat analysis as the phenomenon spreads beyond California into other states where Zodiac-inspired crimes begin appearing. FBI behavioral analysts recognize that the copycat phenomenon represents a new category of criminal behavior that requires specialized investigative approaches and interagency coordination to prevent nationwide proliferation of imitative violence. Agent Robert Ressler, who will later become famous for developing criminal profiling techniques, begins studying Zodiac copycats as examples of how media coverage can influence criminal behavior and create cascading effects that multiply the original impact of serial crime. His analysis reveals that copycat killers often possess different psychological motivations than original serial killers, focusing more on external recognition than internal satisfaction from violence itself. The copycat phenomenon proves particularly problematic in college communities throughout California, where intelligent but disturbed students have access to detailed information about Zodiac crimes through newspaper coverage and academic discussions of criminal psychology. Several incidents occur on university campuses, where students create elaborate hoaxes involving fake Zodiac letters, staged crime scenes, and false confessions that waste investigative resources while terrorizing campus communities. The University of California system implements new security protocols specifically designed to address Zodiac copycat threats after incidents at Berkeley, Davis, and Santa Barbara campuses involve students who claim Zodiac inspiration for various criminal activities. These protocols include enhanced campus police training and threat assessment, improved communication systems for reporting suspicious behavior, and educational programs designed to discourage copycat activity through awareness of legal consequences. The media coverage of copycat crimes creates ethical dilemmas for journalists attempting to report on criminal activity without providing additional inspiration for disturbed individuals seeking similar attention. Newspaper editors begin developing guidelines for covering Zodiac-related crimes that balance public information needs with responsibility for preventing further copycat activity through sensational reporting. The San Francisco Chronicle, which has received more authentic Zodiac communications than any other publication, becomes particularly careful about verifying claims of new Zodiac activity before publication. Editor Scott Newhall implements authentication procedures that require law enforcement confirmation before printing letters or claims attributed to the Zodiac killer, reducing the newspaper's vulnerability to copycat manipulation while maintaining its role as the killer's preferred communication channel. Television coverage proves more problematic, as visual media seeking dramatic content often provide detailed information about Zodiac methodology and crime scene characteristics that facilitate copycat activity. News directors struggle to inform viewers about ongoing threats, while avoiding coverage that inadvertently provides instruction manuals for potential imitators seeking similar notoriety. The psychology of Zodiac fascination reveals disturbing aspects of American culture in the early 1970s, as the killer's intellectual approach to serial crime attracts admirers who view his communications and methodology as sophisticated artistic expression rather than evidence of severe mental illness. This romanticization of serial crime creates cultural conditions that encourage copycat activity among individuals seeking to associate themselves with perceived criminal genius. True crime publications begin appearing that provide detailed analysis of Zodiac crimes, including reproductions of letters, ciphers, and crime scene photographs that serve as resources for both legitimate researchers and potential copycat criminals. These publications create tension between academic freedom and public safety, as scholars and journalists struggle to balance educational value with potential negative consequences of widespread distribution of criminal methodology. The legal system proves inadequately prepared for prosecuting copycat crimes that involve imitation of serial killer techniques without direct connection to original murders. District attorneys throughout California develop new approaches to charging copycat criminals with terrorism, false reporting, and threat-making offenses when traditional murder charges are not applicable to their specific criminal behavior. Mental health professionals begin studying copycat killers as a distinct category of criminal behavior requiring specialized treatment approaches that address both underlying psychological problems and the specific aspects of media-influenced criminal fantasy that motivate imitative violence. This research contributes to developing understanding of how mass communication can influence criminal behavior and create contagion effects that spread violence beyond original perpetrators. The phenomenon extends beyond direct criminal imitation to include elaborate hoaxes designed to generate attention and disrupt investigations without necessarily involving physical violence. These hoaxes often require significant investigative resources to debunk, while creating public anxiety that serves copycat perpetrators apparent goals of associating themselves with fear and notoriety generated by authentic crimes. One particularly sophisticated hoax involves a series of letters sent to Bay Area newspapers in late 1970, claiming to provide solutions to unsolved Zodiac ciphers while threatening new attacks unless specific demands are met. The letters demonstrate extensive knowledge of Zodiac case details, combined with creative fiction that takes investigators weeks to identify as fraudulent, illustrating the analytical challenges that copycat activity creates for law enforcement agencies. The geographic spread of copycat activity demonstrates how modern mass communication can transmit criminal techniques and methodologies across vast distances almost instantaneously. Police departments in states throughout the western United States begin reporting Zodiac-inspired crimes, letters, and hoaxes that require coordination between agencies with no previous connection to California investigations. The interstate coordination of copycat investigation leads to development of new information-sharing protocols between law enforcement agencies and establishment of specialized units within the FBI designed to track and analyze patterns in copycat criminal activity. These innovations contribute to broader improvements in how American law enforcement addresses serial crime and interjurisdictional criminal cooperation. The analysis of copycat behavior provides insights into the original Zodiac's psychological profile by revealing which aspects of his methodology prove most attractive to imitators. The focus on media manipulation and intellectual challenges suggests that these elements represent core components of the Zodiac's identity that resonate with individuals sharing similar psychological needs for attention and the recognition. The timeline of copycat activity reveals patterns that correlate with media coverage of original Zodiac crimes, demonstrating direct causal relationships between publicity and imitative behavior. Spikes in copycat incidents follow major newspaper articles, television, documentaries, and anniversary coverage of original murders, providing evidence that media attention directly influences criminal behavior among susceptible individuals. Educational institutions begin incorporating Zodiac copycat analysis into criminology curricula as examples of how criminal behavior can spread through social contagion and media influence. These academic programs contribute to training new generations of law enforcement professionals who understand the complex relationships between original crimes, media coverage, and imitative criminal behavior. The long-term impact of Zodiac copycat activity extends far beyond the immediate investigative complications it creates, establishing precedents for how society responds to serial crime in the mass media age. The recognition that publicizing criminal methodology can inspire copycat behavior influences how law enforcement agencies and media organizations approach coverage of subsequent serial crime cases throughout the following decades. As 1970 continues, The distinction between authentic Zodiac activity and copycat imitation becomes increasingly difficult to maintain as the volume of false communications overwhelms investigators' analytical capabilities. The original killer's success at generating fear and attention creates a legacy that persists long after his own criminal activity appears to have ended, demonstrating how individual acts of violence can be amplified through mass communication into ongoing social phenomena that affect entire populations. The copycat phenomenon ultimately reveals that the Zodiac's most lasting impact may not be his specific murders, but his demonstration that individual criminals can use modern communication systems to create terror effects that extend far beyond their physical capabilities. The dozens of copycat killers, hoax perpetrators, and false confessors who follow in his wake prove that evil is indeed contagious, spreading through mass media channels to infect susceptible individuals with fantasies of notoriety and power that can only be satisfied through association with authentic violence. The investigation files continue to accumulate false leads and fraudulent communications that make finding authentic evidence increasingly difficult, creating investigative challenges that persist decades after the original crimes. The Zodiac may have stopped killing, but his influence on criminal behavior and public consciousness continues to generate new victims, new fears, and new reminders that some innovations in human cruelty prove unfortunately durable and disturbingly attractive to those seeking shortcuts to fame through association with infamy. The typewriter sits silent. Across the Bay Area, mailboxes that once delivered terror now hold only bills and advertisements. The last confirmed Zodiac letter arrives in 1974, a rambling complaint about a movie, lacking the focused malice of earlier correspondence. Then, nothing. The silence proves more unnerving than the letters ever were, because silence offers no closure, no capture, no explanation. Did the Zodiac die? Was he imprisoned for another crime? Did he simply grow bored with his game of terror? Or did he evolve into something else entirely? The questions multiply in the darkness, and California learns that sometimes the most frightening sound is no sound at all. The 29th of January 1974. The letter that arrives at the San Francisco Chronicle appears unremarkable among the day's mail delivery. Another envelope addressed in the now familiar block lettering, postmarked from the East Bay. Paul Avery, the crime reporter who has become the Zodiac's primary correspondent, opens it with the weary resignation of someone who has received dozens of communications from a killer over the past 5 years. But this letter feels different from the moment he begins reading. Less focused, more rambling, lacking the cold precision that characterized earlier Zodiac communications. I saw plus think, The Exorcist was the best satirical comedy that I have ever seen, the letter begins, immediately establishing a tone that seems more like casual movie review than terrorist manifesto. The killer's complaint about the film's portrayal of evil appears petulant rather than threatening, suggesting someone whose relationship with his own notoriety has evolved from satisfaction to irritation. The letter continues with grievances about media representation that reveal a killer increasingly concerned with how his crimes are perceived by popular culture. Signed, yours truly. He plunged himself into the billowy wave, and an echo arose from the suicidal grave beware. The theatrical conclusion, quoting from Gilbert and Sullivan's The Mikado, demonstrates the same cultural literacy that characterized earlier communications while suggesting someone whose attention has shifted from planning future crimes to critiquing past coverage. What makes this letter historically significant is not its content but its context. It represents the last confirmed communication from the Zodiac Killer to be authenticated by law enforcement agencies. After 5 years of increasingly frequent correspondence that terrorized Northern California and fascinated the nation, the killer's voice suddenly grows quiet, leaving investigators and the public to wonder whether silence indicates death, imprisonment, relocation, or simply loss of interest in his deadly game. The authentication process for the January 1974 letter involves the same careful analysis that investigators have applied to all suspected Zodiac communications. Handwriting experts compare the envelope's block lettering with confirmed samples from previous letters. Typewriter analysis reveals mechanical characteristics consistent with the manual machine used for earlier communications. Content analysis shows familiarity with Zodiac case details and writing style patterns that match authenticated letters. But the letter also reveals subtle changes that suggest evolution in the killer's psychology or circumstances. The typing appears less careful than in previous communications, with more obvious errors and corrections that might indicate haste, intoxication, or decreased concern with presentation quality. The content lacks the structured threats and specific criminal plans that characterized earlier letters, focusing instead on complaints about external portrayals of his crimes. Inspector Dave Toschi, who has coordinated San Francisco's Zodiac investigation since the Paul Stein murder, recognizes the January 1974 letter as potentially significant, not for what it says, but for what it represents. A killer whose communication patterns have shifted from active terrorism to passive commentary. The change suggests someone whose primary motivation may be evolving from generating fear to maintaining relevance in public discourse. The months following the January 1974 letter pass without additional communications, creating the first extended period of Zodiac silence since the original Lake Herman Road murders. Investigators initially interpret this quiet as temporary. Perhaps the killer is planning more elaborate crimes or simply waiting for optimal conditions to resume his campaign of terror. But as weeks become months and months become years, the silence begins to feel permanent. The investigation continues despite the absence of new communications, with law enforcement agencies pursuing leads developed from previous evidence while remaining alert for signs that the killer has resumed activity. Cold case detectives review crime scene evidence using improved forensic techniques. Behavioral analysts develop updated psychological profiles based on the complete series of authenticated communications. Missing persons reports are examined for potential unreported Zodiac victims. The media coverage of Zodiac silence creates its own category of speculation and analysis, as journalists attempt to explain the sudden end of communications that had become routine features of Bay Area news coverage. Theories range from the practical, the killer died or was imprisoned, to the psychological, he achieved his goals and lost interest, to the tactical, he recognized that continued communication increased his risk of capture. Some investigators theorize that the Zodiac's silence indicates successful adaptation to law enforcement pressure, suggesting someone whose criminal sophistication allowed him to recognize when continued communication might facilitate his capture. This interpretation portrays the killer as rationally calculating risk versus reward, and choosing silence as the safest strategy for avoiding detection. Others suggest that the silence reflects natural evolution in the killer's psychology, arguing that serial criminals often experience changing motivations and interests that might lead to retirement from active crime, without necessarily indicating death or imprisonment. This theory positions the Zodiac as someone who exhausted his interest in murder and moved on to other pursuits that provide similar psychological satisfaction without legal risk. The possibility that the Zodiac died or was imprisoned for unrelated crimes becomes increasingly attractive to investigators seeking explanations for the sudden cessation of both murders and letters. Statistical analysis of serial killer careers suggests that most such criminals are eventually caught, die, or become incapacitated through accident or illness. The Zodiac's silence might simply reflect normal termination of criminal activity through circumstances beyond his control. Arthur Lee Allen, the primary Zodiac suspect who had been under intermittent surveillance since 1971, becomes the focus of renewed investigative attention as detectives attempt to correlate his activities with the timing of the killer's silence. Allen's behavior during 1974 and subsequent years is carefully monitored for signs that might explain both the cessation of Zodiac communications and his potential involvement in the original crimes. The search for unreported Zodiac crimes intensifies, as investigators recognize that the killer's claimed victim count exceeded the number of confirmed murders, suggesting either false boasting or additional crimes that were never connected to the Zodiac series. Cold case files throughout California are reviewed for unsolved murders that might represent previously unrecognized Zodiac attacks that occurred without accompanying letters or publicity. The development of improved forensic techniques during the 1970 seconds and 1980 seconds provides new opportunities for analyzing evidence from Zodiac crime scenes, even though the killer's silence prevents application of these techniques to fresh evidence. DNA analysis, advanced fingerprint techniques, and computerized ballistics comparison offer hope for eventually identifying the killer through scientific methods rather than traditional investigation. The emergence of personal computers in the 1980 seconds brings new analytical capabilities to Zodiac investigation, as amateur researchers begin using database software to organize and analyze the massive amount of information accumulated. During decades of investigation, computer-assisted timeline analysis, geographical mapping, and pattern recognition provide fresh perspectives on evidence that had been manually analyzed for years. The Internet revolution of the 1990 seconds creates global communities of Zodiac researchers who share information and theories through websites, forums, and email discussion groups. The killer's silence becomes a central mystery that attracts new generations of amateur investigators who approach the case with fresh perspectives and advanced analytical tools unavailable to original investigators. Professional criminologists begin studying the Zodiac case as an example of serial crime termination patterns, examining how and why serial killers cease their activities and what factors might predict such termination. The Zodiac's sudden silence provides a case study in criminal behavior patterns that contributes to broader understanding of serial crime psychology and investigation techniques. The cultural impact of Zodiac silence extends beyond criminal investigation into popular culture, where the mystery of the killer's disappearance becomes a central element in novels, films, and television productions that attempt to provide fictional resolution to real unsolved crimes. The absence of definitive conclusion allows creative interpretations that range from psychological realism to supernatural speculation. Academic conferences on serial crime begin featuring presentations about the Zodiac case, with particular attention to the significance of communication patterns and their sudden termination. Criminology journals publish articles analyzing the relationship between media attention and serial killer behavior, using the Zodiac's correspondence as a primary example of how killers can manipulate public attention through strategic communication. The psychological impact on surviving victims and families of Zodiac victims proves complicated by the killer's silence, which prevents the kind of closure that might come from capture, confession, or even continued communication that demonstrates the killer remains alive and accountable. The uncertainty created by silence forces survivors to live with permanent ambiguity about whether their tormentor is dead, imprisoned, or potentially still active. Law enforcement agencies throughout California implement new protocols for handling potential Zodiac communications based on lessons learned from decades of investigating authentic letters mixed with hundreds of hoaxes. These protocols emphasize rapid authentication procedures and coordinated response systems designed to distinguish genuine resumption of Zodiac activity from copycat attempts seeking similar attention. The development of the databases during the 1980 seconds allows for systematic comparison of unsolved crimes throughout the western United States, searching for patterns that might indicate Zodiac activity continued without the accompanying communications that had characterized his earlier crimes. This analysis reveals numerous cases with similarities to confirmed Zodiac attacks, but none provide definitive evidence of connection to the original series. Behavioral analysts studying the Zodiac case begin incorporating communication termination into their understanding of serial killer psychology, recognizing that the decision to stop writing letters might provide as much insight into the killer's mental state as the decision to begin correspondence. The analysis suggests someone whose primary motivation shifted from active terrorism to passive observation of the investigation's progress. The silence also enables new investigative approaches that would have been impossible during periods of active communication, as law enforcement agencies can now pursue suspects without concern that investigation might trigger additional letters or crimes designed to demonstrate the killer's continued freedom. This tactical advantage allows more aggressive surveillance and interrogation techniques. As the 1970 seconds progress into the 1980 seconds and beyond, the Zodiac's silence becomes as much a part of his legend as his original crimes and communications. The mystery of why he stopped writing proves as compelling to researchers and the public as the mystery of his identity, creating a dual puzzle that doubles the case's psychological impact on American culture. The investigation files continue to grow despite the absence of new crimes or communications, as law enforcement agencies pursue leads developed from improved analysis of existing evidence and tips from members of the public who remain convinced they can solve the case. The bureaucratic momentum created by decades of investigation ensures that the case remains active long after the killer's voice falls silent. Cold case television programs begin featuring the Zodiac case regularly, focusing on the mystery of the killer's silence as evidence that he might still be alive and potentially identifiable through viewer tips. These programs generate thousands of new leads that must be investigated despite the low probability that any will provide breakthrough information about crimes that occurred decades earlier. The families of Zodiac victims organize support groups and advocacy organizations that continue to seek resolution of the case despite the killer's silence. Their efforts keep public attention focused on the unsolved crimes, while providing emotional support for survivors who must live with permanent uncertainty about whether justice will ever be achieved. Forensic genealogy, which emerges as a powerful investigative tool in the 21st century, provides new hope for identifying the Zodiac through DNA analysis of evidence collected during the original investigation. The killer's silence cannot protect him from scientific techniques that were unimaginable when his crimes were committed, offering the possibility that resolution might come through laboratory analysis rather than traditional detective work. The January 1974 letter, complaining about The Exorcist and signed with theatrical poetry, may represent the last authentic communication from one of America's most notorious serial killers. But the silence that follows proves as psychologically powerful as any letter, creating a void that investigators, researchers, and the public continue to fill with theories, speculation, and hope for eventual resolution. The typewriter that produced those final complaints about movie portrayals of evil remains silent, but its owner's influence on American culture continues to resonate through the questions his silence raises. Is he dead? Is he watching? Is he satisfied with the fear he created? Or does he hunger for more attention? The answers remain locked in the same darkness that conceals his identity, leaving California and the nation to wonder whether some monsters simply choose their own ending, disappearing into the silence they create around themselves. The FBI's basement laboratories hum with electronic life, as technicians feed decades-old evidence into machines that didn't exist when the Zodiac first struck. DNA extraction, digital enhancement, computer modeling, the tools of 21st century criminology, turn their attention to a 20th century mystery. Amateur investigators, armed with internet forums and crowdsourcing capabilities, attack the cold case with fresh eyes and endless obsession. Then, on the 11th of December 2020, comes the breakthrough that sends shockwaves through the true crime community. The 340 cipher, silent for 51 years, and Dahl finally reveals its secrets to a team of amateur cryptographers working from their kitchen tables. The 1st of January 2000. The new millennium dawns, with the Zodiac Killer case officially entering its 4th decade as an unsolved mystery, but the digital revolution that defines the early 21st century brings unprecedented analytical capabilities to bear on evidence that had been examined only with analog techniques. The same technological advancement that creates the internet, personal computers, and digital databases also provides law enforcement agencies with forensic tools that transform cold case investigation from manual file review into sophisticated scientific analysis. The FBI's laboratory division in Quantico, Virginia, receives renewed attention and funding for cold case analysis as DNA technology reaches maturity and promises resolution of crimes that had previously seemed permanently unsolvable. Special agent supervisors recognize that high-profile cases, like the Zodiac killings, provide opportunities to demonstrate the Bureau's technical capabilities while potentially achieving law enforcement victories that would validate decades of investigative effort. DNA extraction from decades-old evidence presents technical challenges that require cutting-edge laboratory techniques and specialized equipment unavailable during the original investigation. Forensic scientists must work with degraded biological samples that have been contaminated by decades of storage, handling, and environmental exposure. The Zodiac case provides particularly difficult samples because most evidence comes from paper envelopes and stamps that contain minimal biological material mixed with chemical preservatives and multiple handling sources. Dr. Cynthia Holt, the FBI's chief forensic geneticist, leads the team responsible for extracting usable DNA profiles from Zodiac evidence collected during the 1960 seconds and 1970 seconds. Her laboratory employs techniques that can amplify microscopic amounts of genetic material into profiles suitable for comparison with national databases containing millions of individual records. The process requires months of careful extraction and analysis to distinguish authentic Zodiac DNA from contamination introduced during decades of evidence handling. The challenges prove both technical and legal, as chain of custody requirements demand absolute documentation of evidence, handling, and storage conditions that may not meet modern forensic standards. Defense attorneys in potential future prosecutions will challenge any DNA evidence that cannot demonstrate perfect preservation and handling throughout decades of storage, creating evidentiary standards that complicate scientific analysis of historical evidence. The Combined DNA Index System, CODIS, maintained by the FBI as a national database of genetic profiles from convicted criminals and crime scene evidence, provides the comparison framework for any Zodiac DNA that can be successfully extracted and analyzed. The system contains millions of profiles from individuals whose genetic information might match samples from Zodiac crime scenes, offering the possibility of identification through database comparison rather than traditional detective work. But the Zodiac case reveals limitations in both DNA technology and database coverage that prevent the kind of immediate resolution that media coverage often suggests. DNA extraction from paper evidence yields only partial profiles that may not contain sufficient genetic markers for definitive identification. Database coverage excludes millions of individuals who have never been arrested or provided genetic samples to law enforcement, creating gaps that might conceal the killer's identity, even if perfect DNA evidence existed. Simultaneously, the Internet revolution creates entirely new categories of amateur investigation that challenge traditional boundaries between professional law enforcement and civilian research. Websites devoted to the Zodiac case attract thousands of contributors who share theories, analyze evidence, and coordinate research efforts with sophistication that rivals professional investigation. These online communities represent the democratization of criminal investigation, where anyone with internet access can participate in analyzing one of America's most famous unsolved cases. ZodiacKillersite.com becomes the primary hub for amateur Zodiac research, providing forums where retired law enforcement officers collaborate with computer programmers, graduate students, and obsessed hobbyists to develop new approaches to evidence analysis. The site maintains databases of crime scene photographs, witness statements, police reports, and suspect information that would have been impossible to compile and share before internet technology made global collaboration routine. The collaborative nature of internet investigation proves both powerful and problematic, as crowdsourced analysis can identify patterns and connections that individual investigators might miss, while also generating massive amounts of speculation and false leads that overwhelm analytical capabilities. Forum discussions to produce thousands of pages of theoretical analysis that must be evaluated for potential insights while filtering out the conspiracy theories and wishful thinking that characterize amateur detective work. Digital enhancement of crime scene photographs and evidence provides new opportunities for discovering details that were invisible to original investigators using analog techniques. Computer software can adjust contrast, enhance shadows, and isolate specific elements within images to reveal information that was present but undetectable when photographs were first developed and analyzed. These techniques are applied systematically to every piece of visual evidence from Zodiac crime scenes. The enhancement of fingerprint evidence proves particularly promising, as digital techniques can clarify ridge patterns and minutiae points that were too faint or damaged for analysis using traditional methods. Latent prints from Zodiac evidence are processed through automated identification systems that can compare enhanced images with millions of records in national databases, searching for matches that might have been missed during original investigation. Ballistics analysis receives similar technological enhancement as digital imaging, and computer modeling allow for more precise comparison of bullet and cartridge case evidence. The .22 caliber ammunition used in Zodiac crimes can be analyzed for microscopic tool marks that might connect bullets to specific weapons, while database comparison systems search for matches with ammunition recovered from other crimes throughout the country. Handwriting analysis evolves from subjective expert opinion to computer-assisted pattern recognition as digital systems analyze letter formation, spacing, and pressure patterns with mathematical precision impossible for human experts. The Zodiac's block lettering from envelope addresses undergoes systematic analysis using algorithms designed to identify individual characteristics that might distinguish his writing from similar samples provided by suspects or developed through database comparison. Geographic profiling emerges as a sophisticated analytical technique that uses computer modeling to analyze crime location patterns and predict probable areas where serial killers might live or work. The Zodiac's attack locations are processed through geographic information systems that consider factors like travel time, route selection, and area familiarity to generate probability maps, showing where the killer most likely resided during his active period. The development of behavioral analysis software allows for systematic comparison of crime scene characteristics, with databases containing thousands of solved serial crime cases. The Zodiac's methodology, victim selection, and post-crime behavior are processed through expert systems that identify similar cases and suggest investigative approaches that prove successful in comparable situations. Amateur cryptographers receive powerful new tools for analyzing the unsolved Zodiac ciphers, as personal computers become capable of performing millions of decryption attempts automatically. Software programs test every possible key combination against ciphertext while looking for patterns that might indicate successful decryption. The 340 cipher becomes a particular focus for computer-assisted analysis that was impossible when the cipher was first published. David Oranchak, a software developer in Virginia, begins developing specialized computer programs for Zodiac cipher analysis in his spare time during the 2000 seconds. His work demonstrates how amateur investigators with technical expertise can apply professional-grade analytical techniques to cold cases using readily available computing resources. Oranchak's programs test hundreds of thousands of potential cipher solutions while searching for meaningful English text that might represent successful decryption. The collaboration between Oranchak and international researchers illustrates how internet technology enables global cooperation on local criminal cases. Jarl van Eyck, a warehouse worker in Belgium with expertise in cryptographic analysis, joins the cipher-solving effort remotely, contributing specialized knowledge about historical encryption techniques and pattern recognition methods. Sam Blake, a mathematician in Australia, provides additional analytical capabilities through computer modeling and statistical analysis. Their breakthrough comes through persistent application of computational power to systematic testing of cipher hypotheses that would have taken decades to complete manually. Working independently, but sharing results through internet communication, the team identifies the specific combination of transposition and substitution techniques that the Zodiac used to create the 340 cipher. The solution requires both human intuition about likely cipher methods and computer capability to test millions of potential key combinations. The 11th of December, 2020. The solution of the 340 cipher after 51 years represents the most significant breakthrough in Zodiac investigation since the original crimes, demonstrating both the power of modern analytical techniques and the persistence of amateur researchers who refuse to accept that some mysteries are permanently unsolvable. The decoded message reveals the killer's continued obsession with media attention and his religious delusions about collecting slaves in the afterlife, but provides no new clues about his identity or location. The cipher solution generates massive media coverage and renewed public interest in the Zodiac case, while highlighting the evolution of criminal investigation in the digital age. Television documentaries, newspaper articles, and social media coverage celebrate the achievement, while demonstrating how citizen investigators can accomplish what professional law enforcement was unable to achieve using traditional methods. The success also validates the approaches to cold case investigation that emphasize collaboration between amateur researchers and professional analysts. Law enforcement agencies begin recognizing that internet communities can provide valuable contributions to unsolved cases, while requiring careful coordination to prevent interference with ongoing investigations and protect the integrity of evidence and prosecution strategies. Genealogical databases emerge as another powerful tool for cold case investigation, as commercial DNA testing services create massive repositories of genetic information linked to family trees and personal histories. The Golden State Killer case demonstrates how investigative genealogy can identify serial killers through family connections rather than direct database matches, opening new possibilities for Zodiac identification through relatives who have never been suspected of criminal activity. The application of genealogical techniques to Zodiac evidence requires both technical expertise in genetic analysis and sophisticated understanding of family relationships and inheritance patterns. Forensic genealogists must work backward from partial DNA profiles to identify potential family members whose genetic information might lead to suspect identification through careful analysis of family trees and geographical paths. Connections. But genealogical investigation also creates new legal and ethical challenges related to privacy rights and the use of commercial database information for law enforcement purposes. Courts must balance public safety benefits of genealogical investigation against individual privacy expectations and the potential for genetic discrimination or harassment of innocent family members whose only connection to crimes involves sharing genetic material with unknown suspects. The Zodiac case becomes a testing ground for these new investigative techniques while continuing to frustrate efforts at resolution despite decades of technological advancement. Each new, analytical capability generates fresh hope for breakthrough while revealing additional complexity in evidence that has been studied intensively for over half a century. Social media platforms create new venues for Zodiac discussion and analysis, while also enabling rapid spread of misinformation and conspiracy theories that complicate serious research efforts. Reddit forums, Facebook groups, and YouTube channels devoted to the case attract millions of participants who contribute everything from legitimate analytical insights to elaborate fantasy theories that must be evaluated and filtered by researchers seeking useful information. The democratization of information through internet technology means that Zodiac evidence and case files are more widely available than ever before, enabling global participation in investigation while also creating challenges for law enforcement agencies attempting to maintain control over sensitive information and protect ongoing investigative strategies from public disclosure. Professional conferences on cold case investigation begin featuring presentations about the Zodiac case as an example of how technological advancement can be applied to historical evidence, while demonstrating both the possibilities and limitations of modern forensic techniques. Academic researchers study the case as a model for understanding how criminal investigation evolves with technological capability and social change. The digital resurrection of the Zodiac case, through modern analytical techniques, proves that some cold cases may never truly become cold, as long as technological advancement continues to provide new investigative possibilities. Each breakthrough generates additional questions and research directions that ensure the case remains active in both professional and amateur investigative communities. As artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques become more sophisticated, they offer additional possibilities for analyzing patterns in Zodiac evidence that might be invisible to human investigators. Computer algorithms can process massive amounts of data to identify subtle connections and correlations that could provide new leads or eliminate false theories that have consumed investigative resources for decades. The Zodiac Killer entered the digital age as a 20th century analog mystery, but modern technology has transformed him into a 21st century collaborative investigation that demonstrates both the power of technological advancement and the persistence of human curiosity about unsolved puzzles. The computers that finally cracked his 340 cipher represent just the beginning of what digital techniques might reveal about crimes that occurred before such technology existed. The humming servers and glowing screens of modern forensic laboratories continue their electronic surveillance of evidence that once lay silent in filing cabinets, proving that time and technology can resurrect even the coldest cases and give new voice to victims whose killers thought silence would protect them forever. The digital age has made no mystery permanently unsolvable, and no criminal investigation truly closed. The fog still rolls across San Francisco Bay, but the California it shrouds has changed forever. Where once young couples parked on dark roads without fear, now parents track their children's movements with GPS devices. Where once newspapers published letters from unknown correspondents without question, now editors weigh the responsibility of giving voice to terror. The Zodiac Killer vanished into the darkness of history, but his innovations in psychological warfare, media manipulation, and mass intimidation became the template for a generation of monsters who followed. His crosshairs symbols spawned countless imitators, his cryptographic games inspired armies of amateur detectives, and his taunting letters established the blueprint for how modern killers caught attention in the age of mass media. December 2024. 56 years have passed since David Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen died on Lake Herman Road, Yet the Zodiac Killer's influence on American culture continues to expand like ripples from a stone thrown into still water. What began as a series of murders in Northern California has metastasized into a permanent fixture of the American consciousness, a symbol of random violence and criminal sophistication that transcends its geographical and temporal origins. The transformation of criminal investigation since the Zodiac era reflects both technological advancement and hard-earned wisdom about the relationship between media coverage and criminal behavior. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, now the Behavioral Analysis Unit, traces its modern profiling techniques directly to lessons learned from the Zodiac case. The systematic analysis of crime scene behavior, communication patterns, and psychological motivations that defines contemporary serial crime investigation began with desperate attempts to understand a killer who seemed to operate by rules that no one had encountered before. Special Agent Douglas, who helped develop criminal profiling as a scientific discipline, acknowledges that the Zodiac case provided crucial insights into how serial killers use communication as both psychological weapon and investigative vulnerability. The killer's letters revealed personality characteristics and behavioral patterns that investigators learned to recognize in subsequent cases, creating analytical frameworks that have been applied to hundreds of serial crime investigations throughout the following decades. The evolution of media ethics in crime reporting shows direct influence from the Zodiac case, as journalism organizations developed guidelines for handling communications from active criminals seeking publicity. The recognition that detailed coverage of criminal methodology can inspire copycat crimes led to industry standards that balance public information needs with social responsibility for preventing additional violence through sensational reporting. Modern newsrooms maintain protocols for authenticating criminal communications and coordinating with law enforcement agencies that grew directly from lessons learned during the Zodiac investigation. The relationship between journalists and law enforcement in serial crime cases reflects institutional memory of how media manipulation can complicate investigation while serving criminal goals of generating fear and attention. The emergence of true crime as a major entertainment genre demonstrates the Zodiac's lasting cultural impact, as his case becomes the template for how serial crime is portrayed in books, films, television programs, and podcasts. The intellectual challenge represented by his ciphers, the geographical scope of his crimes, and the mystery of his identity create narrative elements that define successful true crime storytelling across all media platforms. David Fincher's 2007 film Zodiac represents the artistic culmination of decades of cultural fascination with the case, transforming criminal investigation into psychological thriller that captures both the obsessive nature of those who pursue the killer and the devastating impact of unresolved crime on communities and individuals. The film's success demonstrates how real criminal cases can achieve mythological status that transcends their factual foundations. The victims of Zodiac crimes, David Faraday, Betty Lou Jensen, Darlene Ferrin, Cecilia Shepard, Paul Stein, and others whose deaths may be connected to the series, have been remembered primarily through their role in the killer's story rather than for their individual lives and achievements. This transformation of human beings into plot elements reflects broader cultural tendencies to mythologize criminal cases while overlooking the personal costs of violence. Efforts by victims' families and advocacy organizations to humanize those who died have achieved limited success against the overwhelming cultural focus on the killer's identity and methodology. The imbalance between attention paid to perpetrators versus victims reveals disturbing aspects of how American society processes and commodifies violent crime for entertainment purposes. The geographical impact on the San Francisco Bay Area demonstrates how serial crime can permanently alter community consciousness and behavior patterns. Areas where Zodiac attacks occurred maintain reputations as dangerous locations decades after the original crimes, affecting property values, tourism, and local economic development. The psychological scarring of landscapes proves as durable as the physical evidence left behind. Lake Herman Road, Blue Rock Springs Park, Lake Berryessa, and the intersection of Washington and Cherry Streets in San Francisco have become pilgrimage sites for true crime tourists, whose morbid curiosity generates both economic benefits and ongoing trauma for communities attempting to move beyond their association with violence. The commercialization of murder sites reflects broader cultural problems with how society processes and profits from human suffering. The technological revolution that has transformed criminal investigation since the Zodiac era offers both hope for eventual resolution and demonstration of how criminal cases can remain active across multiple generations of investigative techniques. DNA analysis, computer-assisted pattern recognition, genealogical databases, and artificial intelligence provide analytical capabilities that were unimaginable when the crimes were committed. The solution of the 340 cipher in 2020 by amateur cryptographers using modern computational techniques demonstrates how technological advancement can resurrect cold cases and provide new insights into historical crimes. The collaborative nature of the cipher solution, involving researchers on multiple continents working through internet communication, illustrates how global connectivity has transformed criminal investigation into potentially worldwide endeavors. But technology has also enabled new forms of the same media manipulation and attention-seeking behavior that characterized the original Zodiac case. Social media platforms provide instant global communication channels that allow modern criminals to achieve the kind of widespread notoriety that the Zodiac pursued through newspaper letters. The democratization of mass communication has made every disturbed individual a potential Zodiac successor. School violence, domestic terrorism, and other forms of mass casualty crime that emerged in the decades following the Zodiac case often employ communication strategies and attention-seeking behaviors that echo his methodology. The recognition that media coverage can inspire copycat crimes has become central to how law enforcement agencies and news organizations respond to terrorist threats and mass violence incidents. The cybersecurity implications of the Zodiac case extend beyond traditional criminal investigation into concerns about how online communities can be manipulated by individuals seeking to generate fear or recruit followers for violent causes. The same internet forums that enable collaborative investigation of cold cases also provide platforms for radicalization and coordination of terrorist activities. The educational impact of the Zodiac case appears throughout academic curricula in criminology, psychology, journalism, and computer science programs that use the case as a teaching tool for understanding various aspects of criminal behavior, investigation techniques, and media ethics. The case provides a comprehensive example of how individual criminal acts can create lasting social and cultural consequences that extend far beyond their immediate victims. Law enforcement training programs continue to use Zodiac case materials to teach new generations of investigators about the importance of interagency cooperation, the challenges of high-profile cases, and the psychological characteristics that define serial criminal behavior. The institutional knowledge accumulated during decades of Zodiac investigation has become part of professional law enforcement culture. The amateur investigator communities that formed around the Zodiac case established precedents for citizen participation in criminal investigation that have been replicated in numerous subsequent cases. Online forums dedicated to cold case investigation demonstrate both the valuable contributions that amateur researchers can make and the challenges that uncontrolled speculation creates for professional investigation. Genealogical databases that enable identification of suspects through family DNA connections represent one of the most significant investigative developments since the Zodiac era, offering possibilities for resolving cold cases that seemed permanently unsolvable using traditional techniques. The Golden State Killer case demonstrated how these techniques could identify serial criminals decades after their crimes, providing hope that similar methods might eventually identify the Zodiac. But the Zodiac case also reveals limitations in even the most advanced investigative techniques, as decades of analysis using cutting-edge technology have failed to definitively identify the killer despite extensive physical evidence and detailed behavioral analysis. The persistence of the mystery demonstrates that some criminal cases may resist solution, regardless of technological advancement or investigative sophistication. The psychological impact on those who have devoted significant portions of their lives to Zodiac investigation, law enforcement officers, journalists, amateur researchers, and family members of victims illustrates how unsolved crimes can create ongoing trauma that extends across generations. The obsessive nature of the investigation has consumed careers, damaged relationships, and created psychological dependencies on resolution that may never come. Inspector Dave Toschi, who led the San Francisco Police Department's Zodiac investigation for decades, became as famous as the case itself, while paying personal costs in stress, family relationships, and professional reputation that demonstrate how high-profile investigations can devastate the lives of those who pursue them most intensively. Paul Avery, The Chronicle reporter who received personal threats from the Zodiac developed alcoholism and paranoia that colleagues attributed directly to his immersion in the case. His later years were marked by declining health and social isolation that reflected the psychological toll of prolonged exposure to the kind of evil that the Zodiac represented. The families of victims have lived with permanent uncertainty about whether justice will ever be achieved, creating a form of ongoing victimization that extends the killer's impact across decades. The absence of resolution prevents the kind of closure that conviction and punishment might provide, while keeping wounds open that might otherwise heal through time and acceptance. The cultural mythology that has developed around the Zodiac Killer reflects broader American fascination with criminal genius and the romanticization of violence that characterizes much popular entertainment. The transformation of a serial killer into a puzzle-solving challenge reveals disturbing aspects of how society processes and commodifies human suffering for intellectual stimulation and commercial profit. The cottage industry of Zodiac-related books, documentaries, websites, and merchandise demonstrates how criminal cases can become permanent commercial enterprises that generate ongoing revenue for authors, filmmakers, and entrepreneurs who package real human tragedy as entertainment products for mass consumption. Tonight, somewhere in America, a keyboard clicks in an unknown room. The sounds are different now. Keyboards instead of mechanical, typewriter keys, emails instead of envelopes, social media posts instead of newspaper letters, but the impulse remains the same. The desire to transform private darkness into public terror, to make the world witness one's capacity for evil. The Zodiac Killer taught us that in an age of mass communication, attention is ammunition, and fear is the most viral content of all. The crosshairs symbol that he drew on his victims and letters has become an icon of American crime, reproduced in countless forms across decades of media coverage and cultural analysis. But those crosshairs represent more than just a killer's signature. They represent the intersection of individual evil and mass communication, the point where private pathology meets public consciousness and creates cultural phenomena that outlive their creators. The fog still rolls across San Francisco Bay, carrying with it the memory of those who died and the questions that remain unanswered. David Faraday and Betty Lou Jensen, whose teenage romance ended in gunfire on a cold December night. Darlene Ferrin, whose laughter filled restaurant dining rooms before bullets silenced her forever. Cecilia Shepard, whose music studies were interrupted by a hooded executioner beside a peaceful lake. Paul Stein, whose dissertation on American literature will never be completed because a passenger turned predator in the backseat of his cab. They were more than victims in a killer's game. They were children, students, workers, dreamers whose lives had value beyond their role in someone else's twisted narrative. Their deaths created absence, empty chairs at family dinners, unuttered words of love, unborn children who will never exist because their potential parents were murdered by someone who viewed human life as raw material for his psychological experiments. The Zodiac Killer vanished into the California darkness, but his legacy endures in the questions he raised about the nature of evil, the power of media, and the vulnerability of civilized society to individuals who understand how to exploit our interconnectedness for purposes of terror. He demonstrated that in the modern world, a single person with sufficient intelligence and complete moral bankruptcy could hold millions hostage to their twisted imagination. His ciphers challenged our need to find meaning in chaos, to solve puzzles that might not have solutions, to impose order on the random violence that periodically erupts from the human psyche. The 340 cipher remained unsolved for 51 years, not because it was impossibly complex, but because we needed to believe that there were answers hidden in the symbols, that mathematics could reveal the secrets of madness. His letters taught law enforcement agencies about the relationship between publicity and criminal behavior, forcing development of new protocols for handling communications from active killers, a new understanding of how media coverage could serve terrorist goals. The lessons learned from his media manipulation continue to influence how authorities respond to modern threats in our age of instant global communication. His crimes created new categories of fear that persist in American consciousness: the random predator, the intelligent killer, the terrorist who targets innocence itself. Parents who warn their children about stranger danger are channeling anxieties that the Zodiac crystallized into permanent features of modern family life. Students who practice lockdown drills in schools are preparing for threats that echo his promises to target children for mass violence. the investigation continues, carried forward by new generations of law enforcement officers who inherited files containing decades of evidence, analysis, and frustration. DNA laboratories process samples that might finally provide the scientific proof that could identify a killer who operated before such technology existed. Computer algorithms analyze patterns in behavior and communication that might reveal connections invisible to human investigation. But the true resolution of the Zodiac case may not lie in forensic laboratories or investigative databases. It may rest in our collective decision to remember the victims more than the killer, to honor the lives that were lost rather than celebrate the mystery that remains unsolved. The Zodiac succeeded in making himself immortal through fear and fascination, but immortality earned through murder is a hollow victory that diminishes. With each passing year, that brings new understanding of trauma, healing, and the human capacity for resilience. The yellow school buses still carry children through California mornings, but they now travel under the protection of security measures that the Zodiac's threats made necessary. The lovers' lanes, where young couples once parked without fear, now carry the weight of history and the knowledge that innocence is not protection against evil. The newspapers that once published his letters now operate under ethical guidelines, developed through hard experience with how publicity can enable terror. California continues to dream its golden dreams, but they are tempered now by the understanding that paradise can harbor serpents, that progress cannot eliminate evil, and that civilization's greatest achievement may be learning to live with dangers that cannot be completely eliminated or perfectly understood. The fog lifts with each dawn, revealing a landscape forever changed by the crimes that occurred in the darkness. But sunrise also brings new possibilities for justice, for healing, and for the kind of human connection that the Zodiac sought to destroy through his campaign of terror. His victims deserve to be remembered not as entries in a killer's ledger, but as complete human beings whose lives had meaning that transcended their deaths. The crosshairs fade, but the memory endures. Not of a killer's cleverness, but of lives cut short. Not of puzzles unsolved, but of love interrupted. Not of fear triumphant, but of communities that refuse to let terror have the final word. The Zodiac Killer taught us about the darkness that human beings are capable of creating, but the response to his crimes taught us about the light that we can generate together when we choose hope over fear, connection over isolation, and love over the forces that would destroy it. In the end, that may be the most important lesson of all, that evil, no matter how intelligent or persistent, is ultimately finite and self-defeating, while the human capacity for resilience, investigation, and care for one another proves inexhaustible. The Zodiac disappeared into silence, but the voices raised against him victims' families, investigators, researchers, and citizens who refuse to let mysteries remain forever mysterious continue to speak. The fog rolls on, but it cannot hide the truth forever. And somewhere in that truth lies not just the identity of a killer, but the identities of those who were killed, restored to wholeness beyond the reach of crosshairs, beyond the power of fear, in the eternal memory of love that no amount of darkness can extinguish. The story continues, but it is no longer his story alone. It belongs now to all of us who refuse to let terror have the final word, who insist that victims be remembered as more than victims, and who believe that some puzzles are worth solving not for the satisfaction of knowing the answer, but for the peace that justice might finally bring to those who have waited so long in the California fog for someone to call their names in love rather than in fear. The Zodiac Killer's reign of terror lasted 5 years. The search for truth and justice continues, and it will outlast any killer's capacity for evil, carrying forward the names and memories of those who deserved so much better than to become footnotes in someone else's story of darkness. David, Betty Lou, Darlene, Cecilia, Paul. Their names are spoken now, not in fear, but in remembrance, not as victims, but as people whose lives mattered, whose absence is felt, whose memory calls us to be better than our fears and stronger than those who would destroy the bonds of human community that make civilization possible. The fog lifts, the sun rises, the search continues, and love, despite everything, endures.